Hello, everyone. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I hope you're all doing well. Shout out to all the good folks of the algorithm. I hope everything is going the way you need it to go on this good, beautiful Saturday. And I know I've been away for a week. Like I said, I have a lot of things coming down the pipeline. My mission has changed. I'm even eventually probably going to have to sell my house and move because I got a new mission and a new location, but it is what it is. But I hope everyone is doing well. And let's see, the first one coming in, Young Riaz. Shout out to you, young bro. How are you? It's good to see you. Happy Saturday. Happy Saturday. So I do have 3 cases for you guys. I hope that you enjoy them. And do you see that right there? Do you see that right there? Yes, this is our good work. I haven't found out where I want to place it at, but I got my plaque from YouTube for reaching 100,000 subscribers. This is because of us. Shout out to you, everyone. We did it. We did it. Yes. So shout out to my haters too, who said that, my subscribership was fake. That fake sure look good, don't it? That fake sure do look good, don't it? Yes. Hey, Miss Jalen, how you doing? It's good to see you, darling. Good to see you. Hope you're having a great Saturday. Yeah. You see the plaque, Miss Jalen? That's that fake. That's that fakeness. Shout out to you. Shout out to you. Thank you, Miss Jalen. I truly appreciate you. Thank you so much. Hey, how you doing, Ruse? Good to see you, Red. Happy Saturday to you. I hope everything is well with you. Hope everything is well. Thank you so much for the congratulations. Truly, truly appreciate you all. Definitely. Oh my goodness. Thank you so much, Miss Jalen, with her membership for 9 months to the Let's Talk About It. Shout out to you. Shout out to you. Thank you so much. I love you back. I love you back. Truly, truly appreciate it. Miss Jalen, I got your plaque coming too. Because, people who's a part of the team, they get a plaque too. So yours should be coming in the mail soon, ma'am. I had to wait for mine. It was 2 weeks. So, all right. Let's see. Young Ria says, I'm done 3 weeks of my community based charity program. They helped me with life skills. I'm so glad. Congratulations for being done with your program. That's awesome. That is so, so awesome, Young Riaz. Definitely. Not dinner in the show. Not you telling me I gotta give you a dinner in the show. Damn, I gotta take Miss Jalen on a date. I hear you. Thank you so much, Red. I truly appreciate it. And Crying, thank you so much for your compliment. Truly appreciate it, sir. Truly appreciate it. All right, so guys, I hope that you enjoyed the 3 new videos that I have for you. Just make sure you're hitting the like button for me. Subscribe if you're interested. Share this out to anyone else that might be interested in these type of cases that we're going over. So the first one that I have for you is about a greedy daughter. So apparently this greedy daughter murdered her dad for $6,000. Now, y'all know how I feel about kids. Y'all know how I feel about kids involved in crimes, especially if they're the ones who are harmed with it. But these type of cases, we do have to kind of go over because we have to get in our minds, especially us who are parents, that kids can do crimes and do very bad things. And, we do the best. Some of us do the best, some of us don't. But if they do the crime, they have to do the time, right? Oh, no, not Miss Jalen heading to Manhattan. Hey. Oh, okay. Young Ria said I meant progress through 3 weeks. Oh, okay. Oh, it's for 2 to 3 years. All right. So I'm glad you made some progress, Young Ria. So let me go ahead and pull this up and then we can get into it, okay? Let me show my screen. I hope you guys can see it. All right. And here we go.
That she had just found her ex-husband's body lying in his bed. It appeared that someone had used a pickaxe over 17 times on him while he slept. Stephanie's daughter Guinevere had also been with her when she discovered the body. Both mother and daughter were immediately brought down to the local police department for interrogation.
Just tell me everything, in full, what you know.
He told us a few weeks ago that he had been watching somebody in a car, a sedan. He said it was dark. He couldn't really tell if it was black or blue or green, but it was a dark car with shiny rims. And he said there was, they would meet up with somebody. He assumed it was a black person. He did not know for sure, but he said he thought he saw dreads. Sometimes they had a hat on or something, but thin, usually on a bicycle that was too small.
Almost immediately, Stephanie has a story ready to go that she claims her ex-husband Bill told her. Her description sounds like something she saw in a movie, and the detective refuses to entertain her narrative.
You guys going over there the other night, like what preempted that? Did you call, like start me from the very beginning there and take me through the whole entire thing from there?
Okay, we had talked to him though about borrowing the truck to go, because we wanted to go to Ocala and to St. Augustine. We had been told that there were massage schools there, and so she wanted to check those out. But I said, maybe Tuesday, Wednesday, something like that. I said, because she wanted to go and look and see what was there. We were going to take the truck because the car that we have, it kind of overheats if you drive it too far for too long. And
is that the Mustang?
Yeah, the Mustang. Okay. Yeah. I figured since we had the truck, I had a door in the house that needed to go to the dump. So we took that to the dump, and he wanted the other 2 chairs for his for the dining room table. None of us work right now, so it's like we don't really pay that much attention to the clock.
Stephanie claims that she and her daughter borrowed Bill's truck so they could look at some schools, as well as drop off a broken door at the dump. When they finished, they returned the truck, and that's when they found Bill's body.
Did you ever go into the house?
Oh, I never went in the house. I screamed. I ran off the porch. I about fell down the steps trying to get off the porch because I didn't know if anybody was still in the house. I didn't, had no idea. And I ran out into the yard and called 911.
Gotcha.
So there's 2 things that's kind of raises like a red flag for me, right? The depiction of the person that they said that potentially could have done it. It was a little bit too detailed for the wife or even the daughter to say that that's the person, due to the fact that y'all said that once y'all opened up the door and you found him in whatever state that he was in, that you didn't go inside the house because you was afraid that this person could still be in there, which is quite normal and acceptable. If you're not trained to go in and basically secure the area and look at every spot and location to make sure that this person is no longer in the house, I wouldn't advise anybody to necessarily to do that too. But they went outside. She called 911. I just think that descriptive was a little bit too much, right? And then her whole storyline so far is really detailed. And this is not to say that this is a bad thing, right? Because some people are calm during certain situations like this, which they can give actual detail to the police or authorities, right? And others are in shambles. Others' nerves gets the best of them. So we don't want to condemn people all the time if they are the type of person who can articulate themselves very clearly, and to let whoever needs to know the information that they have put together. But I do believe that the way how she's saying it is a little too more of like a storyline, like something that was kind of scripted, something that was kind of like planned from the beginning. This is what we're going to say. This is what we're going to state. My thing is, if you all don't work and you're going to look for schools for your daughter, then why wouldn't your husband just come and drive with you? It's not like he's getting ready to go to work the next following time. You just clearly said that y'all don't work. And if it was a door, normally, loving husbands or even, caring husbands, if y'all have to have help putting the door inside the truck so you can get rid of it, or, or give it to Goodwill or something like that, they usually will kind of help you. So those things is kind of like, a little red flags for me, but we'll see what else she has to say. Hi, Don. How are you doing? Happy Saturday. Happy Saturday. I was never here.
Gwen pulled up in the yard just, a couple of minutes after I'd gotten on the phone with 911, and I wouldn't let her go up on the porch or anything. I didn't want her to see that.
You guys have been separated for how long?
Since like last August.
So what is the relationship?
He was abusive. Could be very mean, very, very controlling a lot of times. He usually wouldn't hit me because he didn't want to leave a mark or anything. But no, his favorite form of punishment was in the bedroom.
Stephanie and Bill had been together for over 20 years. Bill worked very hard in construction, and he made good money. However, Stephanie would spend it all on frivolous things for herself. On top of being bad with money, she also refused to work and was a terrible housekeeper. Eventually, Bill decided he couldn't take it anymore, so he moved out and began the separation process. Since Stephanie's free ride was over, she and her 2 daughters began to struggle to survive.
Has there been any ongoing spiff about either one of you guys dating other people?
No, because it's never been brought up. I never discussed.
That's kind of concerning about the video essayist giving that information, because it seems like she was a wife who, didn't carry her weight per se when it came down to the marriage. I wouldn't say that she's necessarily a bad mom or anything like that. It just seems like if the house wasn't, I guess, tidy all the time, and like they stated that she spent money like she earned it herself, that she got out on her, out in the street and earned it herself, that all of that took its toll on the husband, and he ended up leaving her. But the way how she explained how the separation happened within their marriage is that he was very abusive and he would take his abuse out on me in the bedroom. I don't know how I really want to feel about that, because I'm not saying that she's lying, but I don't think that the video essayist is lying either. There is ways that you can tell someone's pattern, whether or not if they have a spending problem. There's ways that you could tell if someone is sexually abused in the bedroom, even though you might think it's consensual because they're married. That's why we have rape kits, right? So I think that it's kind of funny how she left it out, but then she's also saying that she viewed this guy in some way. She viewed this guy as a wicked person, or a wicked person to her. That would give me kind of like, if I was the detective, I would kind of look at it like, okay, maybe there could be some type of motive here. The fact that they now became a struggling family due to him taking himself out the home, and also his resources in his paycheck, that could also lead to being a motive as into why someone would want to harm him, whether if it's her or whether if it's his daughter. But I would look at it in that particular type of way. Brucey said, "It's great. Thank you. Hope it's good to you." Yes, everything is well. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Because it was none of his business.
Anybody that he's had issues with, just
he
absolutely anything.
Like I said, he hadn't told us about any problems with anybody.
But nobody that you can think of that he's had any issues with or anything?
Nothing. Because he's not a real sociable person. He doesn't really socialize. I tell him he needs to be more social, and he's like, I am social. And I'm like, antisocial doesn't count.
Right.
So.
Just because it's part of the social category.
Right, but, no, he never really said anything to us. Like I said, the only thing he had said was about this car that he was watching or whatever. And like when he said something about it the other night, I'm like, Bill, if you really think something's going on, you need to, call the police or something. He's like, well, I don't have enough to tell him.
What about, the axe? Do you know where that was at or where it came from or anything?
No, the axe was probably either in that little room with the shelves. Mm-hmm. He kept most stuff either there or on the back porch. Well, it's not really a porch anymore. It's closed in, but that was where his washing machine was. Mm-hmm. He wasn't the best person in the world, but honestly, I still really don't. Nobody has really told me very much about what happened. All I know is that, or I've kind of gathered from different things that people have said, was that somebody used an axe on him.
Before she ends the interrogation, the detective asks Stephanie if she would take a lie detector test. Stephanie suddenly becomes very hesitant to the idea.
Would you be willing to take a polygraph?
I'll take one. I can tell you now, I have blood pressure issues, and this is.
No, that's actually that's really doesn't fall into being an issue when it comes to doing a polygraph.
Well, now let me ask you this, and I mean, don't look at me funny, but
Ask me.
should I be
Ask me.
concerned then, or
What we are doing?
Okay, so one of the biggest things that kind of like, I don't know, I will be looking at her sideways is it was the axe situation, that question. How do you know where the axe came from? Right? How do you even know if that is his axe? Y'all are separated. You don't live with him. You went by his house to borrow the car with your daughter because you wanted to drive a few towns away to look for a school. So how do you know what type of axe he has or if that is even his axe, right? That's kind of weird that she was comfortable to say that maybe the axe came from down in the basement or in the that's kind of weird. Like, you don't really have no dealings with this man like that anymore and what goes on in his house. So how can you be so sure where the axe came from? Or not that the person who did the harm, they just left the murder weapon there because they had gloves on, or they felt that they did everything, they cleaned up everything and made sure they didn't leave any trace for them for their DNA anywhere. That's probably why, right? I found that very alarming. The polygraph situation, I'm not going to necessarily say that makes you automatically, you have something to hide. It's some people are just scared when they hear about the word polygraph. Just that word in general can, make people a little bit nervous. And then since we all know that polygraphs are not 100% accurate, that can also make someone be a little bit hesitant for them not to take a polygraph. But I do find it weird that after the detective asked her, hey, you want to take a polygraph test? She was hesitant. She was talking about her blood pressure. And then when she said, no, it doesn't have anything to do with your blood pressure, it doesn't affect you in that way. She's like, okay, so now is there anything that I need to be concerned about? Because now she feels that the reason why they're asking her for a polygraph test is because now they feel that she can potentially be a suspect. So she's kind of trying to wean where the detective is actually going forward in this interview, I would say, because we could look at the room and tell it's an interview and not really an interrogation room. She's trying to figure out whether or not she needs to stop talking at this point and call for a lawyer if she feels that she is the main focus or the suspect at this time. And that goes also on the basis if she doesn't realize that in any homicide, in any murders, and anything of that sort, the prime suspect or the initial suspects will always be the closest person to the individual, because that's normally how people tend to lose their lives in those type of way, by someone that they know. So yes, the family will be the go-to person first. You being his estranged wife, you would be the initial person that they will want to question first. And then when nothing leads there, that's when they start hitting other avenues. But let's go on and hear what else she has to say.
This is just like I said, just like you come down to do the fingerprints and stuff like that, we have to do elimination stuff. Give me a second and let me see if there's somebody around, and we might be able to knock that out while I'm talking to Gwen. Let you see them and then get that part taken care of.
That's fine.
Okay, give me just a couple minutes.
What the detective doesn't know is that Stephanie's daughter has already been given a polygraph test. While the detective was speaking with Stephanie, her daughter Gwen was in the other room, telling another detective the exact same story as her mother. She too agreed to take a lie detector test, and she's about to find out she failed the test.
Not a doubt in my mind at all that you were involved in the death of your dad. Not a doubt in my mind at all.
I didn't do it.
You did do it.
I didn't
Gwen,
do it.
I'm going to tell you right now, no doubt in my mind at all. None whatsoever. You didn't even come close to passing this thing. I did the hand scoring as a gesture of kindness to you. Okay? Just to make sure I wasn't missing something, just to make sure. I'm going to tell you this right now. Not a doubt in my mind you did this. Not a doubt in my mind.
No,
Gwen, I'm telling you.
I swear on everything, I didn't do this.
Who did?
I have no clue, I swear.
No. Gwen, please don't. Okay? I'm going to tell you the same thing my father told me. I'd rather you not say a word to me than to lie to me. Okay? What happened that made you have to do this?
No choice.
Tell me what happened, sweetheart.
We were losing everything. Everything. We had nothing.
Losing the house?
And here he is. He's buying this house. He has plenty of money. He had $6 grand. $6 grand. You know how much he gave us?
How much?
$400. Our lights were about to be turned off. We have no car insurance. We have nothing.
And this is supposed to be someone who's caring for you.
Yes. The entire time. He's been married to my mom 20 years. 19th anniversary. Oh, I have 3 other kids besides our 3. 20 years. I don't have any patience for people who don't take care of their kids.
I don't either. I've got 2 that I love.
I had no choice. I had to do it.
I understand that, Gwen. I understand that.
I
Okay.
can't go to jail.
Listen to me, Gwen. Listen. This is why I said.
So the daughter admit to the polygraph examiner that she did it and why she had to did it. Why she did it, sorry. You know, that's very sad. That's very disturbing. How can I put this? Is it wrong? Is it kind of cruel that your father or your estranged father did not want to support you the way that you needed him to support you after the relationship or the marriage was over with your mom? Yes. Yes, right? It is. It's very cruel. It can even be seen very petty. But the point is that you seem like you're over the age of 15. You also seem like you can work, right? Your mom seemed like she can work too. You have to work. This is not to excuse shitty, horrible people, but you have to work. You cannot be at the point where I'm not going to work because you are supposed to take care of me. You can't put yourself in that position to struggle that way. You don't have to, right? You wouldn't have to lose everything if y'all was to get up and y'all was to work and do what you need to do for yourself. And you can still continue to claim that motherfucker ain't shit and that he was stingy and he didn't want to give anything. But the problem, what you have to realize is that it is his money. It's his money. He worked for that money. So if he had $6,000 and he only decided to give you $400, knowing the circumstance between you and your mom about to get evicted wherever you're living at, or you can't put food on the table, and he only decides to give you $400, that was his right to still give you $400. You don't get to take that right away from him because you think that he was supposed to give you half, or he was supposed to give you majority of that $6,000. Like, we have to stop the entitlement on both sides, but it's the entitlement to other people's things that they work for, and then feel that they're supposed to literally give it all to you and also give it to you in the amount that you feel comfortable. That's not okay. Where was your gratefulness that he even gave you $400, right? Because according to you and according to what you told the polygraph examiner, he don't do nothing for you. He didn't do nothing for you. He never do nothing for you. But you just admitted that he gave you $400. He wouldn't have given you anything if he didn't feel any kind of concern or to give you something. You don't even know if the man had the $6,000 for something else that was very important. You don't know he needed that $6,000 on hand for some other in business or investment, or he needed a new truck because the truck was about to break down. He needed to get a new transmission, right? You don't know the reason why he actually gave you $400. You're assuming that he gave you the $400 and not $1,200 is because he just didn't want to give it to you and your mom. And then now to be at this point where you took your father's life over this money, like, I don't know, like, to me it's just sad because there's not a day that doesn't go by that I still wish that I had my father here with me today, right? It's been 10 years since my father passed. 10 years. And not a day go by that I do not miss him, you know? And she haven't spoken to anything else about her father outside of the financial contribution. So, you know, even in that in itself, it's just like, there was a lot of stuff going on in this family. And it got to a point where it was all about means and not about the actual emotional family connection that kind of led to this place. That's what I'm getting from this. But obviously you can see that the mom knows what happened. The mom knew because her story and the mom's story matched exactly down, straight down to the T. It matched, you know? So there's going to be a problem here. I can see definitely is going to be a problem. It's sad, really. It's really, really sad. But she literally just, you know, she told the truth. She couldn't hold it any longer. Brucey said, right, she's grown. Yeah, I mean, she looks really grown to me. I don't know how old she is. They said that they were looking for a school for her, but she do look older enough to be in the workforce, you know? Let's see. And if you can get the lights up for me, I truly, truly appreciate it. Thank you so much. Welcome, Laura. Welcome. It's good to see you. Happy Saturday. Happy Saturday. Oh, don't worry about it, Brucey. Don't worry about it. I appreciate it. Definitely. I appreciate it. All right, let's go on.
Tell me your whole story. Don't just say that the guy was a jerk. Tell me specifically, all right? Clearly he's not taking care of you. I get that.
Then he went to bed, and I went to the bathroom, and I just saw the axe laying there on the floor.
In the bathroom? Or on his...
On the porch.
On the porch, okay.
And I knew I had to do something.
Okay. And that something was to make sure that he wouldn't be able to harm you or your mom. Is that correct?
For my sister.
Okay. So he was asleep, and then you went into his room, and what happened? Okay.
Gwen tells the detective that her mother knows she killed her father, but that's her only involvement. The detective believes this is a lie, and the best way to get her mother talking is to put Gwen in the same room with her and let Gwen tell her she confessed.
I'm not going to say anything, I'm just going to let you talk. Because that's what I was told you wanted to do, or do you want me to talk?
He knows. Huh? He knows. Mom, he knows. I just took the polygraph test. I failed the polygraph test. Mom, he knows what I did. He knows that I did it.
She wanted to be the one to tell you personally that we know, okay? She told us that you weren't involved. Why are your eyes so big? So it is okay, okay? She needed to be honest, okay? She needed to tell her story. She needed to be honest about it.
No, Mom, look at me. It's okay. It will be okay. All she knows is that I did it. I didn't tell her what he said before.
The detective begins to realize that Gwen might be protecting her mother by telling her what she told the other officer. To avoid any lies, the detective removes Gwen from the room, so she can speak with her mother alone. The detective will soon find out that not only was Stephanie involved, she was the mastermind who manipulated her daughter into killing her own father.
Tell me.
And you know what's so crazy about that? That's what I kind of thought in the back of my mind, that it was all the mom's fault. She was the one who really wanted this to happen, right? And she just told her daughter to do it and how it will benefit them. Because just think about it like this, right? If the father's working and the father has all this money, you're supposedly struggling, you and your daughter don't work, but you still had enough connections with him, right? Because he wasn't all the way a deadbeat, right? You had more than enough connection with him where you can ask him for $400 and he gave it to you. And then on top of that, you was cool enough for you to use his vehicle to go look at schools and to get rid of a door, right? So again, what benefit would you get for unaliving this man? The only one who would benefit the most is the one who is still legally married to this man, right? Which would be the mom. If he's gone, life insurance and everything else is going to go to her. She will get his estate or anything that he has, because she's still legally bind to him by marriage. Because I don't see, like, just unaliving your father for $6,000 is a joke. It's a joke. That $6,000 is going to go just as quickly as it came. And you already admitted that you already had $400 of that already. So yeah, to me, it always looked like it was the mother. And I find it kind of funny how she's sitting up there looking like, I can't believe he told. Oh my God, we could have got out of this. We could have did it. But the reason why the daughter told is her conscience pricked her. And even if she do have animosity against her father because of probably what the mom have told her, probably also what she has experienced with her father being standoffish or not really wanting to deal with her if she's going to allow her mom to still be in her head about every little thing, then I can understand her gripe with him. But she broke because at the end of the day, she did something very horrible. She did something very horrible to your father, your own parent. And it wasn't like you was actually protecting yourself either. You waited when he was asleep to attack this man. He wasn't like, like saying that he was going to harm you or your mom. So it wasn't self-defense. The man was sleeping and you went and got an axe. And then, and this is how I also said, this is how I knew that she knew something about it. Because what did I say in the beginning? How do the mom know that that was the father's axe if you're not in the house? How do you know that the killer didn't just leave the axe there? You knew exactly where the axe came from, and you told the detective where you believe the axe came from. So right there, that was a tattletale sign to me that you knew more than what you was letting on to believe. But let's go on. Let's see what she has to say. Let's see if they are able to convince her to confess to knowing the plan and going along with it, if anything.
I need you to start back at the beginning and tell me the honest truth of what you know.
I'll be honest, I didn't believe her. And even when I found him yesterday, I still didn't believe it. Oh my God.
Kind of like a nightmare right now.
Yeah. Oh my God.
So what did she tell you?
She said he made me mad. And I said, well, what did he do? And she goes, I don't want to talk about it. I'm like, well, what do you mean you don't want to talk? What did he say? And she would not tell me. And I said, well, okay, was it that bad? And she's like, yeah, it was that bad. And I'm like, well, then what, honey? And she goes, I killed him. I just couldn't deal with it anymore. And I'm like, what? And she's like, I don't want to talk about it. And that was it. I mean, like I said, oh my God,
Sure.
I did not believe, I still,
So what did you guys do with the clothes that she was wearing?
what do you mean with the clothes she was wearing?
The clothes that she had on while she was at her over there. She said that they were burnt in the backyard
When?
last night or Wednesday night or Thursday morning.
I don't know about any burning. It hadn't been used in a long time, and we have a burn, like a little hole that we dug a long time ago. We use that to burn stuff, but usually just, I don't know, like trash or something.
Yeah, she's a good actress, Brucey, but you can already tell that she's lying. When she was talking about this pit that they used to burn stuff, she literally scratched her nose. She scratched her nose when she talks about what they use or when they use to use the pit. You could tell that she's lying. Now she want to act like she didn't know that her daughter got rid of the clothes. You telling me that you didn't smell anything burning? You didn't see any fire or anything of that sort? None of that. But then the whole point is that it's been kind of confirmed that you knew that the daughter did it, but you didn't want to believe that the daughter did it. But if you didn't believe that the daughter did it, and she told you that she did it, you still went on to cover up to the situation. You still went on to create a story about, listen, as long as we tell it this particular type of way, we should be okay with the situation. As long as we pinpoint and we give a description of an imaginary guy that's going to be running around in our neighborhood and we lead them down that trail, everything was going to be okay. You went along with this when your daughter told you that she did it. That is very key right there. Even if you didn't want to believe that your daughter would do something like that, you admitted that she told you. You didn't call 911. You didn't go look for yourself to see if it's true and if she's not having a psychotic breakdown on things, how she felt about, oh, I want to harm my father because he got on my nerve, right? You admitted that you had a conversation. You had a conversation about her doing it. You had a conversation about him saying something horrible prior to her doing this. You knew that an axe was used in this assault on the father. It's not going to save you regardless, even if you're trying to make yourself seem as innocent as possible. You knew a lot that was going on, and this is what this interrogation is showing, how much you knew. And even in this, you're not even trying to protect your own daughter. Your daughter's sitting up here, admitted to her crime, and is protecting you. And here you are only concerned about protecting yourself. Mother of the Year award.
I mean, we have
Did you
garbage
guys
pickup at
burn
the end of the
anything in that
driveway.
last night?
I didn't know. I mean, not that I know of. If she did, I mean, it may have been after I went to bed or something, but I mean, that was all she said. She said, I killed him, I just couldn't take it anymore. And I looked at her and went, what? Like, what are you talking about? She's like, I don't want to talk about it.
You didn't push or delve into that more and be like,
Well, I mean, that's not her personality. You don't understand, that's not her personality.
but like, are you playing or are you for real? Did you ask anything
I
like that? It's just
asked her,
not like-
what are you talking about? And that was all she said. She's like, I don't want to talk about it anymore.
So when you guys got up the next morning, did you talk about it?
No.
Stephanie wants the detective to believe that her daughter came home, told her she murdered her father, and then went to bed. Then the next morning, nothing was said about it, and they went about business as usual.
So when you got there and you saw him, then what'd you think?
Honestly, I still did not believe it. I thought that this can't be right. This can't.
So even in that makes it 10 times worse, because you told a lie to them about how you borrowed his car. Y'all was going 2 towns, I guess, far from the house to see if there was a school that she can join and, get an application. And then you said when you got to the house and you opened up the door, you saw this man in this horrible state. And you said that you didn't go inside because this is before now the admitting that it was the daughter who have done this, right? But you said you saw him in a horrible state and you didn't go inside. You went outside to call 911. Now going back to you telling the truth, or the daughter telling the truth, and you admitting that you had a previous conversation where your daughter came home and told you that she unalived her father, and you asked her 2 times, what are you talking about? And she said, I don't want to talk about it anymore. Went in her room, slammed the door like a teenager, and you went to sleep and thought that that was a perfectly fine conversation after admitting a crime to you, right? And then you wanted the detectives to believe that you thought that she was joking the whole entire time. You get up in the morning, you go get his vehicle to go take her to some schools and stuff. And then when you come back and you realize that this actually did happen, he was unalive, and your daughter told you that the night before, you didn't have any mention to be like, holy shit, not only should I call the police, I need not 911. My daughter actually really did this. You didn't do any of that. When you called 911, you made up this whole story about some black guy on a bicycle who was thin, a small figure or thin figured, who was probably found on the block or something like that. This is what you told. So none of that is going to make you, none of that is going to make it any better, because you knew from last night, and you that made you sleep comfortably at night, that your daughter told you that she killed your husband, her father. I don't buy that. I don't buy that at all. And the detectives is not going to buy it at all. And then for the simple fact that you went automatically into protective mode and you made up this fabricated story. You knew what time to call the police. You made sure not to go inside the house so you wouldn't have no DNA inside the house per se, right? And you called 911. You did all this strategic thing, and you want these detectives to believe that this daughter did this all by herself. She did not do this all by herself. Because also, again, where did she get the keys from? How did y'all get the keys for his truck? Because according to you, she came home from work and she told you that she did that. So he wasn't giving you no damn keys, right? What you did was you went over there with your daughter and you retrieved the keys, knowing that the dead body was in the house already. And then y'all went and y'all drove to the other towns and looked at schools to give yourself an alibi. So by the time y'all came back and you called 911, you already had an alibi for being out and about for an hour, 2 hours. So that couldn't have, y'all had nothing to do with it. And that was supposed to lead into your story. But it didn't work, dear. It did not work. Sorry.
Be real. This cannot be.
You guys never said anything else that morning, though, before you
No,
went there?
we got up.
So after she got home and said, killed him, blah, 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 I don't want to talk about it, nothing else was discussed until you got there and you found him?
No, I mean,
You
we
didn't
got...
say, what the hell, Gwen? What happened?
I looked at her and I'm like, what?
Right.
And she's like, what? I don't know if she didn't understand what I was... Oh my God.
She never really...
No. I mean, oh my God. You don't understand, no.
I do understand.
Oh.
I'm a mom. I understand. What do you think?
Why?
In your mind, what do you think would have caused her to do that?
I can't even imagine. I mean, she's...
as a mom, this is...
What did he do? What did he say to her that would make her do that?
A lot of it, she was concerned and upset over the fact about him having money to do this and that, and you guys were struggling and getting foreclosed out of the house.
Why?
That is horrible, lady. Horrible. Peter Cooper says, and the Oscar goes to, I am in complete agreement with you, sir. That's horrible, because just think about it. This whole entire time, she didn't share no tear. She kept her composure, talking about the situation that happened with her husband, knowing that he was axed to death, right? Now, all of a sudden, when her daughter tells her that she is the one who did it and that she informed the detectives that she did it, no crying, no crazy reaction, no type of shock response, really. But now, when the female detectives started getting more deeper into her involvement and how it's bullshit that if you was to hear your daughter saying that she committed a murder and the person that she murdered, that you allowed her to go to bed and go to sleep, and you went to bed and went to sleep like it was nothing happened, like it was just a Tuesday. Now, all of a sudden, you have all this crying and this, now all this is now starting to come out of you now because you're concerned about yourself, pretty much. And like you was concerned about yourself the whole entire time, which kind of now I'm in agreement with the video essayist about what he stated about her earlier, you know, about she got into a marriage with this guy and, you know, it was her frivolous spending or spending all his money, and she wouldn't even spend it on the family or the children. She was spending it on herself, indulging herself. And then on top of that, you know, he probably had to come in and clean the house, or the kids was always the one cleaning the house and she was to continue to indulge. He got tired of that, you know, her not showing up, I guess, in her part of what he needed as a wife, and he left. I can kind of see that now because it seems like it's all about her. She wouldn't even protect her own daughter. She really wouldn't even protect her own daughter. She's literally protecting herself while her daughter is sitting up there trying to protect her, the mom. Daughter's literally willing to throw her life away in prison. And she got more to live. You know, she has more to live. You know, she can, I don't know if you can really redeem yourself for harassing your father, but she still can do other great things with herself in the future. You're willing to take that away from her and just protect yourself. And now you want to sit up there and cry. True Blackout says, sounds like she became hysterical when reality hit. Yes, that's exactly what happened to her. She became completely hysterical because she realized that they realized that you was definitely involved in it. And if anything, like I said, you are the most beneficial party in it. Think about it. He's gone. You still legally married to him. Everything he has goes to you. Life insurance goes to you. Everything, all the money goes to you, right? That's why it didn't really hit me that well when it came down to the daughter doing it and only the daughter being involved with it, because the daughter could have continued to get more money from her father. He didn't have no problem of giving her $400 when she needed it, or $400 to help her with the school that she wanted to go to, right? She would have gotten more if he was still alive and still being able to work. So who would really benefit? The one who would really benefit for him being gone is the one who's tied to his life insurance, tied legally by name. It's sad. This is really sad.
While it is true that Stephanie and her daughters were about to be homeless, Bill had just received $6,000 for a small legal settlement. Because they were still married, Stephanie would have received that money, on top of being able to collect his Social Security if he died.
She's been 100% honest with me about why you guys went there. When she got home, what time did she get
Happy
home?
Saturday.
Around 9:30-ish. It was about 9:30. We talked for a few minutes, and she said they talked for a little bit, and oh my God.
She came home and she told you what?
She said they talked for a little bit, and she said he made her mad, and I was like, well, what did he do? She said, I don't want to talk about it. He made me mad. I'm tired of it. I had enough. I'm like, what do you mean you? She said, I couldn't deal with it anymore. I killed him. I couldn't deal with it anymore. I said, what do you mean you? Oh my God.
Then what?
Then we watched the show on the computer and went to bed.
What about the clothes that she was wearing?
Until she came.
Did you not see any blood on them?
No, she came home in a pair of jeans and a t-shirt.
Is that the same thing she was wearing while she was there?
Yeah.
What I need you to understand from me right now is when I tell you Gwen has been 100% completely honest with us tonight, she's been 100% completely honest with us tonight. You're lying right now to me, and I need you to quit lying. When I tell you I need you to be honest with me, I need you to be honest with me. Your daughter doesn't come home and tell you that she's killed her dad, and you guys sit down, watch a movie, and then you go to bed, Stephanie. Does that even sound logical? No, it does not.
Stephanie begins telling some of the truth about why her ex-husband was killed.
Right. And the reason why it doesn't sound logical is because she's acting like she's shocked, or she's trying to make them believe that she's shocked that her daughter would do this. She's probably telling somewhat of the truth, that they sat down, watched the TV show, and went to bed because you was part of the plan. She came home and told you, Mommy, it's done. It's done. I was able to do it. Okay, baby, go clean up and we'll go watch some TV and I'll make you dinner and everything, everything will be right. We have a plan. We'll figure it out when we go over his house tomorrow to go get the vehicle. Don't even worry about it. That's probably what happened. If she's talking about they just had dinner, she came home, told you that she hacked her father to death, and you sit up there and y'all watch a TV show like Dexter and go to sleep, that's exactly probably what happened. You was like, all right, good baby. I'm glad you do it. I'm glad that you did it. But this is really sad if you really think about it. It really, really is sad for you to put your daughter in that situation. Mind you, like I said, she's not an infant. She knows right from wrong. But the manipulation that this woman has had on her daughter for quite some time is the reason why her daughter thought that she had to do something like this for her mom and for herself. Because ain't no way, like, that's not okay. Normal people don't think like that or do things like that to their loved ones. It's really bad. Brucey said, women don't rely on logic. They rely on emotions. Go in the corner, Brucey. Go in the corner, Brucey. Does she think the cops believe her family is Adam's family? Yeah, you know what? I think so. There could be a possibility because she really has like the look of dumbfoundedness on her face. Like she's really upset that they're not accepting the fact that she went to bed after her daughter said, yeah, I unalived dad. It's done, Mom. And I don't want to talk about it either. Laura said it's horrific. What a very sad way to realize your own daughter kills you. Right. Absolutely. Right. Then watch Dexter. Right. Like, oh my goodness. Come on, people. We got to stop this.
Make sure to tell the story as if everything she knows was told to her by her daughter.
I know she was really mad. He got a settlement from, it was a 401k, I think, and he cashed it out or something, and he, oh my God, he got like almost $6,000, and we're losing our house, and I'm not working. Gwen hadn't been able to get a job. I know she was mad. He went through like $6,300 in.
This lady is getting on my nerves. She was mad. She was mad. I know that our daughter was mad. No! It was not only your daughter. You were mad. Y'all sitting up there both clocking a check that he got. Y'all knew it down to the money amount. $6,000. Why are you clocking this man's money? It's not his responsibility to save your house. He's not responsible anymore. You said that you and him been separated for years. So if he wants to use his $6,000 for something else, he's in his right to do it. The simple fact that you're even bringing up that he ran through $6,300 in 2 weeks, you're sitting up here clocking this man's money as if it's yours. It's not yours. It's not yours. You have to go out and you have to work. You have to, when you were with him in your marriage, at that time, he took care of you. You didn't have to work and all that good stuff. That's great. That's great. That's great. You're not married to him anymore. You're separated. And you've been separated from him for years. Now, if he wants to help you guys because you are his ex-wife, you are the mother of his children, and his daughter is living with you, that's a beautiful thing. That's a beautiful thing. And that I personally, morally think that that's the right thing that you should do. However, he doesn't really have to do it if he doesn't want to. Because if he's not the courts is not telling him. If the courts are not telling him, hey, you need to pay this amount child support or this amount of alimony or whatever he's really not responsible to do it. But y'all sitting up there and y'all clocking his money. You don't know what this man had to do with this money. What if this man was sick and his medical insurance don't cover whatever procedure that he needs to get, and it might be considered cosmetic surgery, and maybe that's what was the $6,000 for? You don't know. But your assumption is that he just didn't want to give you the money. And the audacity is that you think that he was supposed to give you majority of his own money. And you snub your nose that he gave you $400, but then yet when we ask the question, why are you not working, ma'am? You don't have no good reason to tell us why you're not working. You told us that your daughter couldn't find a job, so that means that she was at least attempting to go out there and be in the workforce, but you have no excuse as to why you are not out in the workforce. It's annoying. Ryan says also, this is fake heavy breathing and pretending to be traumatized is pathetic. Yeah, she's heavy breathing and traumatized internally, subconsciously, that because she knows she's screwed. She knows she's screwed. And probably the daughter informed them that it was the mother's idea. She was the mastermind behind the whole situation. This is why the female detective kept on telling her that your daughter has been completely 100% honest with us. So I need you to fall in line, because it's not like she haven't told us that you was the one who said that we should do this. Laura said it was all for money and to save their house. Yeah. Ryan says men should expect more from their wives so they don't age into that mess. It's really sad, really, because it's just, I don't know. To me, it's just the entitlement, really. It's the entitlement and the audacity. That would make someone who is an actual giver don't want to give anymore. Like, if you ask me for $100 and I have $200, but I know that 150 of that dollars have to go to a bill, but I still found it in my heart to give you what I could give you, which is $50, and you snub your nose or roll your eyes or fucking throw that $50 back in my face because it wasn't the amount that you wanted me to give, which is that $100. And I don't have to sit up there or explain to myself or explain to you or anyone what I do with my money when I want to do it and what type of importance level is. But if I do decide to help you, be appreciative. You make people don't want to do nice things anymore because now it's like, oh, because you don't do it exactly the way I need you to do it, it's not helpful. Well, guess what? You know what's really not helpful? When I don't do a damn thing for you. That's not helpful. Let's go on.
2 weeks. Hadn't given us money in months, and he gave us $400 out of it.
Out of the 6,000.
Yes. And like just two or 3 weeks later, Gwen asked him for money for something, and he told her he didn't have any money. He didn't have anything. And I still don't believe this.
So
I still don't believe.
So when she told you that, so that night when she comes in, she's like, I had enough, I couldn't take anymore.
She said I said, well, what do you mean? She said he said something to her, and she said that was like it, or the last straw, or that was all. She couldn't sit there and watch him do that to us anymore. And she said, I killed him. And I'm like, what do you mean you
You know what's so crazy? Because even when she's trying to narrate what her daughter said to her, I don't buy it. That's what you said to your daughter. That's what you told her to motivate her to go and do it. I can hear it in the tone in your voice. Even the word pattern of what you're using to narrate what your daughter said to you, it seems completely your personality and not hers. You kept on saying, oh, he keeps on doing this to us. He had $6,300 2 to 3 weeks ago, and he knows that we're losing our house and he wouldn't give us anything. Then he got this new check for $6,000 and he was only willing to give us $400. And I just couldn't take it anymore. That's you. That's not the daughter. That is you. Because I bet you he gave that $400 to his daughter. I bet you he gave that to her and not in your hands. Because remember, you have a problem with spending money. You have a problem with spending on bullshit instead of actually taking care of the things that you need to take care of. The simple fact that you're talking about you about to lose your house and you're unemployed, so I know you're getting some type of government assistance, and that's fine, right? I'm not knocking anybody who's doing that. But if you're going to lose your house knowing that you're going to get a housing stipend, that means that you're taking the money that even the government is giving you so you can have a roof over your head and using that and spending recklessly. If you're about to lose your home, lady, come on now. Like, the math is not mathing, and it's not mathing for a reason. Laura says she is so fake. She is. She is so, and it's very annoying to me because she's still kind of like trying to throw her daughter under the bus and trying to save herself. It's sad. Rehearsed, and she told the daughter the narrative. Yeah, she sure did. She absolutely did. This is all her. You can tell how she's framing this. It's all her. Probably that's the conversation that they kind of had when she came home and told her that she did the deed, that she got rid of the dad. That was her reconditioning her daughter to believe that what she did was the right thing to do.
You killed him. She said, I took care of it, or I took care of the problem, or something. What do you mean you killed your dad? And I just had to end it. I had to end it. And I had to take care of it. I had to make sure we were okay. I had to take care of us. I had to take care of it. I had to take care of us.
So far, the only thing Stephanie is guilty of is failing to report a crime. If the detective can get her to admit that she helped Gwen burn her
dear. I
clothing,
appreciate that
at the very least, she can charge her with accessory.
What about the clothes that she was wearing?
I burned her clothes in the floor.
You did what?
I burned her clothes.
Where'd you burn the clothes?
Out in the.
So now she's starting to tell a little bit of the truth. She said that she burned her clothes. I told you that she was lying about her not knowing that she burnt the clothes and that she didn't smell anything, or she didn't know that the pit was being used. And I also expressed how she was rubbing her nose when she was telling that story. That lets me know that she wasn't being forthcoming. Now she's admitting that she actually burnt her clothes. So yeah, I guess y'all have an understanding of how that conversation played out when the daughter came home and said that she killed her dad. This is why they were so comfortable to sit up on the couch and watch Dexter and then go to bed. This is sad. Really, really sad.
Backyard. An old pot.
So after you guys burnt the clothes, then what? Now you guys have to. Okay. But now you guys have to figure out what to do at this point, right? So now what was the plan?
There was no plan. I just told her, I said, he said he wanted the truck back. We had to go take the truck back. And we took the truck back, and
you're telling me some stuff, but you're skipping around some stuff, okay? She's been honest with me. I need you to be now too, because now, and I'm giving you chance after chance, and now it's really starting to irritate me that you're still lying to me. And honestly, I'm gonna break it down to you like this, Stephanie, okay? Listen to me, look at me.
Yes, ma'am.
This is the last time, okay?
I understand.
I need you to step up to the plate and be honest with me like your daughter has done.
She asked me, she's like, well, how
They probably
does
did,
that
Laura.
work? And I said, well, your dad will get it. Gracie will get it. And she's like, well, what about you? I said, well, since we're technically still legally married, I will, get a check or whatever as well. Something was said about, because his health was so bad, that what would happen if he died would, and this case was still, hadn't been settled and everything. And I said, well, if your dad dies, because his blood sugar would drop and it'd be in the 60s. I know he said one time he got up in the middle of the night, it was like down in the 30s. And
this is like turning my stomach, because y'all sitting up there talking about this man's death. Y'all talking about what money you are going to get if he died from this, if he died from an accident, or if he died from natural causes like his blood pressure or diabetes and stuff like that. That's wicked. So again, that also tells the detective that y'all been sitting back in the cut planning what to do with his money if he wasn't in the picture. But it seems that his health wasn't deteriorating fast enough for you, horrible folks, that you decided to take this route because you're about to face an eviction in a couple of weeks. To me, that reads premeditation. I hope they get her on more than just an accessory. I know that she wasn't the actual one who committed the murder, but her involvement, the talks that she was having with her daughter about this, already plotting and planning how much that he would get when it comes, or you would get, due to life insurance, due to whatever policies he might have, due to his savings and stuff, or the checks that was coming. You were literally stalking this man's financial business or investments and everything. You was still clocking it as if you was still in the marriage with him, but you've been separated from this guy for years. Like, to me, that's premeditated. If I don't listen, we all know we're all grown adults. At one point, we do have to talk about what's going to happen when it comes down to something happening to a spouse, right? You should have those conversations. If you're not having those conversations, you're only fooling yourself, right? So you should have those conversations about life insurance and wills and things of that sort, right? And those are hard conversations to have because usually people believe when you have those conversations, it's like you're putting it out into the universe that you want these things to happen so you can get whatever benefit that you could get from it. In this situation, they was plotting for a very long time. They knew he wasn't well. They knew that his health was deteriorating. She's about to explain something about whatever health issues that he have to the detective. And she keeps on framing this conversation that there were talks about this. She keeps on trying to remove herself away from this conversation that you were having about his circumstances, whether it's his health, whether if it's about the checks and stuff like that. Why is all this information supposedly is coming from the daughter, and you just so happen to be eavesdropping or hearing this information? This is how she's framing it. She's not framing it to the detective that she's actually having these conversations with her daughter. And I find that quite disturbing. It reeks premeditated. It really does. Let's see. Ryan said, man, this is sick. They were praying for his death. Yes, they were. We had to take the truck back to a dead man. Okay, right. Exactly, Brucey. Exactly. Ryan said, what a way to raise your kid to just despise their father. Yeah, I do agree. Laura said it was definitely premeditated. It sure was. That's, man, it makes me sad.
And she's like, well, with all this stuff, what if he died? I said, well, if he died, then, Gracie and I would immediately get Social Security. I never in a million years thought that she was serious. She said, I can take care of this. I was like, what do you mean you can take care of this? She said, I'll take care of it. I'll make everything all right. I'll take care of it. And you and Gracie will be okay. I'll take care of everything. It was like in the back of my mind, I knew what she was talking about, but then again, I didn't want to believe that she would actually do something like that.
What she was going to do?
No. I didn't think she would actually do anything. I mean, really, she said she would take care of it, and I'm like, okay, It's like my 12-year-old says she's going to marry Justin Bieber. Yeah, okay.
You take her over, what time do you drop her off?
About 7:30.
Okay. And then about what time did you leave?
About 8:15.
And she was there to stay for the night?
Yeah.
So, and then she gets home about what time?
Like I said, about 10:30, 11. Well, it scared me when she first came in because she just opened the door and she was supposed to be over there, so I didn't expect her in the house. And I'm like, hello? And then she, came walking around the corner, and I'm like, what are you doing home? And she's like, I took care of it.
So what'd you guys do with the clothes?
She put them in a bag, and we got up in the morning and burned them.
The interrogation ends here, and Stephanie thinks she's going home.
Not just yet. That's right. We got tail lights out, right?
Yeah, so I can't drive home.
Okay. Let me figure all this out real quick while I grab the sheet for you to sign. Okay? Hey. All right. Come on. Go ahead and stand up for me. So for tonight, you're under arrest, okay? You're gonna go to jail. Turn around, put your hands behind your back.
Initially, both mother and daughter were charged with first-degree murder. Prosecution believed that Stephanie manipulated her daughter into killing Bill, and then told her how she should do it. She even drove her daughter to commit the murder. In the end, they both would plead guilty to second-degree murder, and they were both sentenced to 40 years in prison. Stephanie refused to work, and she preferred to lie around all day and do nothing. It sounds like she will do very well in prison. What are your thoughts on this case? Did they get what they deserved? Please share your thoughts in the comments below.
So, like I said, I think that they got the good amount of time. I'm glad that they both charged them at the same level, because the mom was very she was very involved in the conditioning and the mindset of convincing her daughter that this was the right thing to do, that we will get more money if he was gone and we wouldn't have to worry about anything. We will keep our house. We will have money for your school. She juiced it up lovely. And then to think about all the things that possibly can be conditioned to this young girl to think this way about her father due to, the mother having to leave, and she took the kids with her, even though she knows she didn't have a job, she didn't want a job, and she just thought that even though they lived in a separate house, that he was still supposed to provide for her and the children the way how he provided for them when they were under his household. She kept up with that particular type of mindset. So when he went to go do other things with his money, and she wasn't getting what she thought that she should be getting, which, mind you, we noticed how she never mentioned that she actually went to court and got something in writing to say, hey, this is how much I would need in child support for the two children, or see if she can actually get something with alimony. She didn't mention anything of that sort. The first thing that she had mentioned to the detectives about him being abusive, and that's why she left, and that he would take out his abuse on her sexually in the bedroom. This is what she led with to paint a horrible picture about this man. And then now, when having a conversation and further on, it's, oh, this was all my daughter's idea. She's the one who came to me and had this conversation about how much we would get, and that let me know that he was going to get a $6,000 check. Let me know that he had $6,300 that he spurged on 2 to 3 weeks, and he knows that we're about to lose our house. Like, rest in peace to that man. It's very sad. It's very, very sad. It's so good to see you too, Ricardo. I hope everything's well with you this Saturday. Ryan says, that's the way I saw it. They framed the murder as an inside joke between them. Yeah, it's really, I'm really disturbed about that. But rest in peace to that man. That's a horrible way to go. Horrible, horrible, horrible way to go. All right, good folks. I have another case for you. Can you just make sure you're hitting the like button for me? I truly appreciate it. It definitely helps the channel, keeps me in the algorithm. If you don't like this, you can also hit the down button. It still helps, right? And share this out to anyone who likes this type of commentary, okay? So the next case I have for you, good folks, is about a killer cop. So this killer cop, he doesn't realize that the person that he unalived was actually recording the incident, actually recorded his own death. So we're going to take a look into this. Let's see. Brucey said, Mom was in her ear the whole time. That money is yours. He's keeping that from you. That's your money. Right. Right. I totally agree. I do. All right. So let me pull up my screen. Let's see about this killer cop. Here we go.
He knows I'm a cop. I identified myself. This guy's trying to kill me, and I didn't want to die. Drop the gun, and bang, 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 and he starts running, and I start chasing him.
This is Newman Raja, a Florida cop acting like a complete dork after taking the life of an innocent man.
I just got one down. I just shot one person.
All right, you got it, buddy.
But little does he know, his own victim recorded everything.
Really? I don't think so.
I'm good.
Not good?
Yeah.
And moments after this, the audio would capture the senseless killing of Corey Jones. Now Newman will do anything he can to twist, manipulate, and use the same laws that he was meant to uphold.
And I'm like, hey! And I put that front sight right into the black silhouette, and I squeezed again. I kind of got like caught with my pants down.
A little after 3 a.m. on October 18th, 2015, law enforcement in Palm Beach Gardens, Florida received a panic call from one of their own.
Down right now!
911.
Hey, this is Gardens Alpha 1. I just got one down. I just shot one person. I'm at that off-ramp right behind Doubletree. Black male.
You're behind the Doubletree?
I'm on the off-ramp, 95 southbound off-ramp, off the Doubletree. I am not covered in anything right now.
Newman Raja's fellow officers raced to the scene, an I-95 off-ramp, where they discovered 31-year-old musician, city employee, and beloved family member Corey Jones deceased from 3 gunshot wounds. Raja alleged that he was working patrol in plain clothes. When he noticed a car broken down on the side of the highway, he approached it to see if anyone was inside. At that point, Corey leapt out of the car. Raja claims he identified himself, and in response, Corey pulled a gun on him. In self-defense, Raja had no choice but to fire. But as you're about to see, the story, presented by Raja himself, has about as many holes as a slice of Swiss cheese. Corey's car was broken down on the way home from a music gig. At the time of the shooting, he was on the phone with AAA, trying to schedule a tow truck to come get his car. As you know from every call that requires an agonizingly long hold, those calls are monitored and recorded. That means that the entire shooting, from beginning to end, was recorded. And that call, well, it proved that Raja wasn't just a liar, he was incompetent.
Huh? I'm good. I'm good. Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
The following footage was provided to us by Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office.
Officer Raja, are you aware this is a voluntary procedure and that you may decline to continue at any time?
Yes.
So y'all guys know how I feel about doing these type of cases when it has to deal with law enforcement. It bothers me. And it bothers me because, me working with law enforcement, me having a lot of guys who are in law enforcement, friends and stuff like that, I fear for them, because it's normally the ones who take their job seriously and play by the book. They are the ones who always get harmed. And then the ones who are reckless and incompetent tend to do things like this, and it keeps on sowing distrust in what law enforcement really wants to do out here. And it causes just too much problem and too much stress. But we have to go through these ones. We have to go through it. Bruce said, who patrols in plain clothes? Usually DT. Oh, Laura said, this is so sad. Yeah. I'm guessing he was off duty. He could have been off duty too as well. They're still allowed to carry their weapon. He painted himself as the victim. Yeah, it's sad because what normally happens is if some who would do something wrong, now they have to paint it as I had no choice, right? And they have to really make sure that their story aligns to the point where they have no choice, or it puts it in the position where they're authorized to use their weapon. Unfortunately for this individual, he didn't know who he was on the phone with, right? He's on the phone with a company that always records their phone conversations. In situations like this, if you're on the phone with a regular civilian, well, guess what? Even if the civilian comes as a character witness or a witness, it can be holes punched in it to see that whether or not if the witness is a bias due to their relations or nature with the victim, or is a he say, she say type of situation. But you can't do that when it comes down to companies or things that are recorded, because there is no bias there, right? There's no bias and there's no real connection to neither person that's involved in these type of situations. But we're going to get through it. We're going to get through it. Let's see what he has to say.
Okay. Do you feel as though you are emotionally prepared to provide an accurate reenactment?
I believe so.
Okay. Do you have any questions about the reenactment procedure before we begin?
No.
Okay. Everything good?
Yes, sir.
Do you swear or affirm that the evidence you're about to provide will be the truth, the entire truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay. What I want you to do is I want you to go into as great as detail as you can, why you were here, how you came about this. But first, I just have a few preliminary questions. Sure. You currently work for the Palm Beach Gardens Police Department?
Yes, sir. I do.
How long have you worked for them?
Since April of 2015.
April of 2015?
Yes, sir.
Any previous law enforcement before that?
Yes, sir. I was a sergeant with the Atlantis Police Department, and I started in Atlantis, I think, 2007, and I just wanted more. Once I topped out there, I wanted more.
Okay. What are your current duty assignments here with Palm Beach Gardens?
Currently assigned to road patrol on the midnight shift, late night, 7:30 p.m., 19:30 to 06:30.
Okay. Was that your shift last night?
I can't. Okay, sorry.
Was that your shift that you were working last night?
Yes,
also?
last night was my Friday.
Yes, it
we
is,
worked 4 day
Ryan.
on, 4 day off schedule. Last night was my last day on.
Inside out.
Okay. What do you normally wear in your duties?
On a normal days, we were full uniform with a badge and the name tag. For the last, since September 30th or so, we've had a lot of vehicle burglaries in our area and everything, and we were getting hit with them a lot. So starting last week, we started with this. We were setting up decoy cars, and at midnight, I'm Alpha 1 cover shift. So basically, I have Beat 1, which is far out west, and there's not really that much happens. So they also use me as a cover unit. At midnight, I would go set up the decoy cars and everything like that. I would dress down in street clothes, and I've been doing this for the last 4 nights. And I would either take this van, or we have a gold Crown Victoria unmarked, and I would take that and basically drive around residential neighborhoods and everything blacked out, no windows down, see if we see any burglaries occurring.
Okay. Did you have anything on you this evening after you dressed down, showing that you're a police officer?
Yes.
Did you have a badge or anything with you?
Inside, first of all, I always have my wallet badge with me, with a police ID, which is per policy. And on top of that, inside my van, I had my tactical vest with had police in the front, police on the back, my name actually stitched onto the vest, Officer Raja, and I had my duty holster with me inside the thing.
Raja makes a big point out of highlighting that he had identification with him. He seems to be missing the fact that having that identification on you is only useful if you, well, use it. And though he claims he yelled out that he was an officer, the audio footage will prove that he did no such thing.
We were told that nightclub right down the road on PJRC is called Lux, and across the road is downtown at the Gardens, Dirty Martini. Lux, Lux. They were.
Yeah, so it's very crucial to say that, right? It's very crucial to inform when you're about to detain or even make an arrest. You have to let them know, especially if you're not in uniform, you have to let them know that you're a cop. You're in fucking Florida. Excuse my French, but you're in Florida. You're in Florida. Okay? Like, everybody in Florida got a gun. Everybody. You can literally buy a gun like that in Florida. You don't even need a license depending on what type of weapon you buy. So, yeah, you have to inform them to let them know that he's not getting hijacked. His car just broke down. How did he know that he's not getting robbed in broad daylight? And then, especially you're talking about where you're at in Florida. Yeah, that happens. You know, that really does happen. I remember I used to live in Florida I used to live in Florida for 3 years, 3 to 4 years. I lived in Florida. Those things does happen. So, it would be in your best interest to inform them, hey, so they know that just not somebody just running up on them. So if that was the reason, I would say, if that was the reason why did you pull the weapon, because he pulled the weapon, that could be what he would try to use in this situation to say that, it was probably negligence, but he didn't have no real intention to unalive this person. It just got to the point where when the person had the gun, he went straight into training, right? That's how I see him, swinging it. But again, if you don't identify yourself and you just running up to somebody with a weapon already out like that, again, like you have to explain, why did you already have your weapon out? That person wasn't even a threat. He was just on his phone talking, and he was parked out in the street. You didn't even ask, hey, do you need some help? Is everything okay? Even if you have to be inquisitive to understand what's going on and what's going on in the surroundings, right? That's reasonable to say, even though we hate people being nosy, right? That's just what it is. We don't like people being nosy. But you do have a right to ask, like, hey, everything all right? Everything going on? I would rather when I'm on the beat, when I'm out in the beat on the block, I'd rather people to think that I'm being nosy than for them to think that I'm trying to jump on them or startle them or something like that. I'd rather for them to say, can you mind your business? All right, I was just checking to see if you was okay. Have a nice day. I'd rather that. I would rather that. It's just, it's just better. It's just better in that sense. But let's hear what he has to say. He said that there was a hip hop concert going on. They were patrolling the area. Maybe there was some other bolo that was out there to let them know that this area is having a higher crime during this week or 2 weeks or whatever not. And this is the reason why they needed to put foots on the ground in those areas. So let's hear.
Having a hip hop concert tonight, and there was supposed to be a huge crowd gathering tonight. So we decided to, if you open the back of the van up, you'll see 8 riot shields, that gear, the loudspeaker, crime scene tape, and sticks, And our thing was this: hey, if anything happens, if there's a big incident at Lux, if there's a big fight, we need to clear the crowd, we're gonna forget about the 21 and report with the van immediately to Lux, so officers have quick access to it. And and number 2 thing that was discussed was this: while I'm in street clothes, while I'm in this, I do not do any takedowns, I do not do anything, but just in case of an emergency, something happens, that's why I have the vest and everything identifying on me. I'm supposed to call a road unit to come out to handle any situations.
Okay, just to go back kind of quick, for other people that aren't police officers.
Yes, I'm sorry.
If you would, just in the future, stop using the signal codes and stuff, because somebody may not understand it. So you use 94, which we know is backup, and 21, which is burglaries.
Yes.
So if you can just use plain talk.
Okay, no problem.
For the future, just in case, because some of the non-police officers may not understand what you were talking about at that point. You satisfied with that? You want to go into the reenactment? Or
You said you're supposed to call the backup during situations. What situations are you supposed to call backup?
Like, for example, if I'm in one of the residential neighborhoods and I see a burglary occurring or something like that, or a suspicious vehicle or suspicious person, to call a mark unit, give them my position where I'm at, and tell them, hey, this is where this person is through. And then once the mark unit comes out there, makes the initial stop, comes in contact, throw my vest on if I need to and everything like that, and then go ahead and make contact with them.
So, Newman obviously knows what he's supposed to do if he encounters any suspicious people or situations.
So that's what he kind of messed up, because he knows his protocol, but yet he didn't do that. You went in gun blazing and you approached the potential suspect or the potential scene of the crime without backup. You didn't notify anyone to let them know where your marking location was. And you'd also, I don't even know if you already had your vest on, because it doesn't even seem like you even have your vest on now. It even seems that your t-shirt is inside out. I'm wondering, why is your t-shirt inside out? I know that you didn't just come outside of your house with your t-shirt out, right? I'm just saying. But if that's the case, why didn't you have your tactical vest on already? You should be having this reenactment with that on right now. It's weird. You didn't do any of your protocols step by step. You didn't do any of that. and you did not witness an actual crime. You witnessed something suspicious, but what the suspicion was is that this man is stuck out on the road and he's probably like laying on his car and he's talking on the phone trying to communicate with someone. Whether we want to say that that's really like crazy suspicion or whether or not it was like a drug drop or whatever, you didn't do your due diligence. You went in and you assumed, and then you postured yourself in a threatening manner. You did not even inform the guy that you was an actual police and that you was trying to do an investigation, and put this guy in a situation where he probably thought that he was getting robbed, right? He was getting robbed. And if he did pull out a weapon, that's the reason why he pulled out a weapon. So like, that's the problem sometimes. And this is why we, as law enforcement, we can't skip steps. We can't. Skipping steps not only put our lives in danger, it put other people's lives in danger that did not have to go that way. We gotta take this profession seriously. Completely seriously. It's a life and death situation if we don't take it seriously, okay? We can't skip the steps. There are rules specifically for this. And it's not only just like, cover up and protection for yourself. It's so you don't have these type of situations where now you do something and guess what? Now lawsuits are being filed. Now money's being taken away from counties and town for negligence. We got to do better. We got to do better. Especially the loss of life. We got to do better. This whole thing smells of an ambush. It does. It really does. I wouldn't be surprised if the car breaking down was planned. I don't necessarily think so, because he was there and his car broke down and he was calling AAA or whatever now, or even his insurance. So I don't think the guy knew that his car was going to break down. However, what you might be referring, Ryan, maybe he knew that the car was there down and the guy was in the middle of the street for a while. Maybe he saw that a block away, or he went around maybe 2 times and he saw him, that he was still there. He hadn't moved yet. And then he proceeded to, go in. That could have been a possibility. Hey, how you doing, Lord? Happy Saturday to you. Happy Saturday. Laura said, my husband used to be a police officer and all of this is so wrong. Yeah. Let's go on. Let's hear what else he has to say.
And yet that's not at all what he did. Rather than call for backup or report to the scene that he had actively been called to, he stops and conducts his own investigation on a car that he believes is abandoned.
Okay, now what I'd like you to do is go into what happened this evening. Start as far back as you have to. Okay. Try to go into as much detail as you can. Okay. If you need to stop. If you need a break, tell us, let us know. Okay, and then try to be as elaborate as you can with what happened, how it happened, why it happened, and whatnot.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Well, tonight I couldn't really start this operation, if you want to call it, till midnight, because I was actually a backup officer on a domestic call in Evergreen. And second I cleared the domestic call as the backup officer, I went to the station, changed out and everything through, and got into the van, had the van prepped and everything like that. And I sent Sergeant Anderson a message, because one of the things was we were assuming that these people that were doing a lot of the burglaries are coming from Jupiter area, from the Heights. And we've checked, and we've seen a couple of these suspicious people that we've, checked out with before and everything like that, walking south on Military, walking south on Central. So I started my day I started on PGA.
Yes, he seems like Military, he is a part of internal
all the way down the Hood Road, went into Donald Ross Village, drove around there, and then came down Central, down PGA. And then I came back here, went to the gas station, got myself a drink and some snacks, which are still inside the van. And I started to do the communities. And as I was doing this, I was sending messages to Sergeant Anderson on the laptop. Hey, I'm going to this community. This is what I just did. This is what I just did. So he's aware of the whole. So the chain of command is going. So he's aware of my location at all times. I did the first community was the Isles. I did the Isles, and I was about to go into Evergreen. And I was just about to go there and everything. And I remember that one of the 2 units responded to a domestic disturbance at the Marriott. And the Lux Club is located on the 1st floor of the Marriott. They responded to like on the 5th floor.
So Ricardo said they're doing that investigation very cordial. So this is a reenactment, right? So it's a reenactment right now on the scene of the crime. They, of course, they got the victim. They rushed him to the hospital. He was probably pronounced dead when he got to the hospital. But right there, where his van was positioned, and where the vehicle's positioned, they want him to reenact exactly step for step what he took before the actual police shooting happened. So it does seem very cordial, but this is like how can I put this? This is like an initial kind of investigation before all the other thorough information from internal affairs and whoever else who's going to be informed about this happens. So yeah, it is kind of cordial, if you want to say it. Elvin said, lie, 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 or lie. Hey, Elvin. Ricardo said, to be honest, I don't envy cops. That line of work is so stressful and so dangerous. It is. It's extremely stressful and extremely dangerous. Extremely. Let's go on.
Or something like that, to a domestic disturbance that was pretty heated. And Sergeant Anderson went there too. And as Sergeant Anderson was there, I remember him calling on the radio, hey, we have a disturbance going on downstairs in Lux in the nightclub. Have officers respond. So you kept on hearing the different officers respond.
I'm still here, guys.
Like,
I'm just going to
go
maybe send a snap.
So in my mind, I'm like, okay, this might be that call that, it just might break loose. So let me take the van, get out of where I was at, and start heading down in this direction to be close to it, just in case if something broke, I have the riot here, everything like that we discussed about. So I turned on from military to PGA, and I was going eastbound on PGA. And as I was coming here and everything, I saw this vehicle stopped here, didn't see anybody inside, nothing. And I called out, I believe, on the radio. And I said that I thought it was a disabled vehicle on the side of the road or an abandoned vehicle.
Oh, no problem.
So I saw this vehicle and everything. And I was like, okay, I've got this vehicle on the side of the road. And, I'm going to check out with it, make sure everything's okay. And, when I drove past it, I could not see any occupants inside the vehiol. Or if
you drove past it, which way?
Eastbound.
Okay.
So I will say this before let it play a little bit. Ryan says, I know it's a small thing, but where are the tears after shooting someone? I've seen cops break down after doing it. So here's the thing. After a while, you can kind of get numb and desensitized. That's one of the problems when it does with being in this type of career field, right? Because you tend to have to be numb to, do your job, or especially if you're in the military per se, like certain missions and stuff, you have to just do what you have to do. So you do get kind of desensitized from it. However, people do suffer from these shootings and stuff like that, which a lot of people don't think officers do. A lot of people think that that everybody is evil and they don't have a heart. Like some literally go home and they're really suffering from PTSD for the things that they have seen, even not them shooting someone, even just seeing someone at their at their last time before their death and how gruesome they were harmed or killed and stuff like that. They get nightmares. That's why they have to go to therapy. They got to speak to people, like they got to keep up with their therapy, follow-ups and reviews and stuff like that. There's a lot of stuff that plays in it. As of right now, he's focused on making sure that he gives every detail that he thinks that the internal affairs wants to hear, and that he was in his right and he followed everything from the T involved in this particular type of shooting. So he doesn't have no time for tears. And in fact, I don't, me even just listening to how this kind of played out, I don't think he would have necessarily tears in this situation, because it seemed like, he he was quick to shoot instead of actually, doing an investigation, a thorough investigation, or even speaking to man to find out whether or not if he needs to investigate him a little bit further if something else is going on. It's really sad. But yeah, hi, Alvin. Let's play this.
Eastbound. So I went down to the next light right there. I made a U-turn, came in here, and as I was coming out, I was like, it's like, all right, it's just an abandoned vehicle. This is the on-ramp. I'm just gonna pull in front of it like this and park in front and put my flashes on, dispatch the tag to see if I can see the owner. Maybe they walk to the gas station or have it towed, do what we need to do. But it's like, and this is where I'm kind of like kicking my, it's like, it's like thinking about hindsight. It's like our, golden rule. It's like, always act like a vehicle's always occupied. Never take that chance of like, this vehicle not being unoccupied. If I knew the vehicle was occupied, I would never put myself in a fatal funnel situation like this by pulling in front of it.
Raja should be kicking himself in the butt for a lot of reasons, starting with how bad his reasoning and his lying is here. For starters, the way Raja has parked his car was described by former FBI Director Frank Figliuzzi as a tactical emergency position, one that is only used during aggressive maneuvers to prevent a suspect from escaping.
Yep, that is exactly how the vehicle is positioned. That shows me that you're not defensive. It's offense. So if he's trying to state that the whole reason why he even did whatever he did, it was because he was trying to defend himself. No, you went to the action. You was aggressive in your action, and this is why you literally parked it in the way that you did. You wanted to make sure that he didn't have no exit point. He didn't have an exit point. He would have to deal with you, or he would have to try to go backwards. You want to make sure that he wasn't able to go further. You stopped him completely. This is not good. This is really not good. And, I also want to just state, too, that sometimes, and this is not only just a law enforcement situation, this is just humans in general. A lot of humans talk fast, naturally talk fast, but when it comes down to this type of situation, this is a tactic. When you talk and you explain and you give so much detail in a course of minutes, it is to overwhelm the person that's receiving the information. So you will lose some parts of it. Sometimes you'll probably ask them, hey, can you reframe that again? Or can you say that again? I missed that. But it is a tactic. You give out a whole plethora of information at once, and that is to distort the mind to pick out what it needs to pick out that you're telling them. But let's go on.
Using this when you believe a car is unoccupied makes about as much sense as the rest of Raja's behavior. Because he not only made a U-turn and drove the wrong way on a highway off-ramp to park here, but he parked diagonally across the off-ramp, effectively blocking it to traffic in an unmarked, unlighted vehicle. Why? Because, as you're about to see, his decision-making is abysmal at best.
I didn't think there was anybody in there, and as I got close to the vehicle, and the door swung open, and this guy jumps up, and I immediately got out of the van, and he's like, I'm okay, man. And at which point I said, hey man, police, can I help you? And second I said police, he jumped back, and I clearly remember him drawing and pointing a gun at me. I saw that silver muzzle, and he had, I can swear on this, he had a Laser Max laser in the guide rod in the gun, and I saw that red light of that Laser Max flashing at me, and I immediately just shouted, drop the gun, and sorry.
Let's do this. Like, take a deep breath. Let's do this. Okay. Do you need a drink?
No.
Okay.
Sure.
Listen, I want you to take your time. I want you to be okay.
Oh, damn. Not the fake aftermath of a shooting. Oh, damn, man. Come on now. Come on, man. That doesn't make any sense. You really want me to believe that this guy pulled out a weapon, unless he was on a suicide mission. He pulled out a weapon when you told him that you were police? Are we in the Wild Wild West? I mean, this is Florida, but they ain't the Wild Wild West. I don't know, bro. In this day and age, I don't think so. I don't think so at all. And then why would he say, "Yo, I'm cool, bro," and then pull out a weapon? Like, it's not making sense, sir. It's not making sense. And that he needed that little breather. That's why he did the whole "I'm about to, cry," and it's aftermath. PTSD kicking in, because he needed the breather, because he knew that he was rambling a lot. He was giving a whole bunch of information. He was trying to, confuse them. So he needed that breather. He needed that moment. And he took advantage of it.
Listen, why don't we
You want to walk?
go over
Can
here?
you go over here and show us where you were when this happened?
Absolutely. And
When you got out of the van, which way did you go?
right here, I came right here.
Hold on one second.
Yep.
Come back here.
Yes, sir.
Come back
Yes,
here.
sir.
No, when you got out of the van, which way did you go?
In front. This is just like how it
Okay.
is. You know,
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Go ahead. And,
I immediately jumped out and I came right here. And at that point, I didn't have what I had on me. The only thing I had on me, because I was
definitely did,
my
right?
gun was still inside my duty gun, my vest
His
was
whole
inside,
initial
and the only thing I had was
approaching
my
him
backup
was,
gun, my
aggressive.
Department approved backup
Well-
gun, and waistband holster inside with a shirt tucked in like this. And I immediately said, "Hey man, police, can I help you?" And at which point, that's when he jumped back, and I saw him draw the gun right at me. Right after I said the word police, and it was just I kind of got like caught with my pants down at that point, and it just immediately it's like positive. It's just like, your family flashes in front of you, your kids flash in front of you, and you're just and just immediately I drew down. I was like, drop the gun, and he didn't. He was right there, and I remember pulling the trigger, I think 2 to 3 times, and he started running. And as he was running, I had my cell phone and I dialed, and I still remember putting my code in, and just like this, I had the gun, and I'm keeping an eye on this guy, and I put my code in, dialed 911, and I called dispatch right away because my radio was van. And the whole time, I'm like giving him commands, I'm yelling, screaming, I'm like, drop the gun, drop the gun, drop the gun. And as he's running, he gets about like right, just a little past where the guardrail starts, and he does this number, and I see his whole body spin, and I saw like a flash, a silver flash of like a metallic flash come at me, and in my head, I said,
He is trying so hard and it's not working. You just admitted that he was running. Again, if the whole point is just to get away from you, if he was at a good position where he was able to run, he is not going to turn back and go and act like it's the Wild Wild West and try to shoot you. What are you trying to state to them? Are you trying to state that he ran away from you, found cover behind the guardrail, and proceeded to pull the gun out on you and shoot you? And this is in the middle of the night, it seemed that this happened. You wasn't seeing all that. You were not seeing all that. Like, this guy is completely lying. And I love how he keeps on throwing in every single time my life flashed before my eyes, and I thought about my family and everything like that. What about the victim? Do you really think that he woke up in the morning, or he was driving at night and he wanted his vehicle to stall on him, that he had to call his insurance, and that just because he's just calling his insurance because his car broke down, that you thought he woke up in the morning and woke up that day and wanted a gun in his face for him having his car breakdown? Man, listen. Bruce said he's trying to make it sound justifiable. It's not. Like I said, especially with the whole simple fact that you said that he was running. If he was running, then why are you still pointing a gun at him? He's running away from you. He wasn't a threat. If anything, you were supposed to be pursuing him on ground. You were supposed to be running after him, right? This guy is full of himself. You can't draw faster than someone can pull the trigger, right? And then he shoots him in the back as he's running. Yeah. Like, that doesn't make any sense to me. He's running away from you. He's not a threat. And you really want me to believe that he ran to the guardrail, took cover and position to pull out the weapon again to shoot you? And all of this happened all by you informing him that you were police. Okay, sure.
Aim. And I was like, aim. And I just picked that front sight right in the center mass, and I just pulled the trigger 3 times, and I saw him drop, and I saw something silver fall. And at which point I was still on the phone with dispatch. Just felt like, get your radio. And I just held what I had right there. I couldn't really see where he dropped, what happened, if he moved or anything. And I'm like, I don't see him. I don't have a visual on him. And I started to walk backwards and everything. Came back to the van, grabbed my radio, grabbed everything, called out on the radio.
Everything that you've just heard is a lie. Well, everything aside from the fact that Raja pulled the trigger.
And Sergeant Sprague was the first one, and I can't remember, it was one of the new Tauruses were responding, and they actually thought it happened in Doubletree. And I got on the radio, I was like, guys, I'm right here. And they quickly turned in right here. And it was Nico Arlotta. And Arlotta had his rifle slung up in Sprague. I think I'm like, guys, I lost sight of him right there.
Do me a favor.
Yes, sir.
I want this is for you. I want you to take a deep breath. Okay. I'm having trouble. You're a fast talker, and you're explaining everything. I want to be able to understand and make sure everyone's good. But I want to also give you a break to try and get some oxygen in you.
Yes. I'm sorry. It's just the whole kids thing gets to me.
Absolutely. That's perfect. Did you have questions?
I do.
Yes.
Now, while you were going through this, at any time did that individual fire at you? Do you know if the gun went off?
I don't, honestly. I was screaming at the top of my lungs. I was screaming, dropped, and the only thing I can think of was like I'm saying drop the gun. I announced myself as, the fuck is this guy pointing a gun at me? What the it was.
Okay.
I don't know if he fired around. I mean, I don't remember.
Okay. At any point, did you have any contact with that individual? Any kind of personal contact?
No.
When you were walking up?
No, again, he jumped up and he said, hey, I'm okay. And I said, and I came out and said, my exact words were and I made sure I was speaking loud. I was like, hey man, police, can I help you? And immediately he does a step back and kind of boom, and just draws the gun. It's basically, if you're standing right here, do you mind if I?
Absolutely. Where was?
Sure.
This is really bad. This is really, really, really bad. He is incompetent. He's incompetent. Even if, let's say if his story was true, we know his story is completely false. He's lying about everything. But let's say if his story was true, the amount of things that he did wrong, even in that situation, you don't even have your radio on you. You didn't even have your radio on you, and you didn't have your tactical vest. That was in the van that you hopped out of to pursue someone. So even when you saying, screaming, drop the gun, and he's running, but you supposedly saw the silver gun and a laser on top of it and all the stuff like that. Not once did you say throughout this whole thing that even after when you shot 2 to 3 shots, according to you, you didn't go get your radio. You didn't call for backup. You fell miserably. Bruce says since they made it a point mention he was on the phone with AAA, they will run the tapes out. Yeah, they are. That's the thing. He doesn't know that the whole thing was recorded because he didn't know who he was on the phone with. He thought he was on the phone with probably a homie or a family member or a chick. So if that was the case, it would, like I said, it would be that person's word against his. But because now it's an actual company, there is no actual bias to what was recorded. He's in a whole lot of trouble. Bruce said he had no idea you're a cop. The van isn't marked. He doesn't have any identification saying he's a cop. Right. He doesn't. He didn't even have anything on. He didn't have his badge on him. He didn't have his radio on him. He didn't have his tactical vest on. He had nothing to identify that he was law enforcement. But he made sure to come outside with his weapon, though. Let's go on.
Sure.
Okay. You said you got out of the van here. You had indicated earlier you put your flashers on. You said something about putting your flashers on.
My game plan as I was coming from PGA was this. I thought it was a disabled vehicle, so I was going to pull in front of the van, in front of the SUV, and put my flashers on, walk out, and see what's going on, and call out the tag and call a tow truck if I needed to get the vehicle removed. I thought it was a broke down vehicle. There was nobody in it.
Okay. And is there a reason why you stopped here instead of pulling up?
Because the guy jumped out.
He jumped out
exactly
while you were in the car. He jumped out.
He jumped out, and I immediately jumped out too.
That's a long-winded way of saying, actually, I didn't turn my flashers on at all. Raja didn't turn his flashers on, didn't grab any identification, and didn't grab his vest. He did, however, have time to grab his gun. He chalks...
Damn! Am I good or am I good? Everything I said, the video essay is confirmed. Exactly what I said he did. He didn't even have his flashers on. He did not show any identification. And like I said, I don't know. I'm from the era. If you see one of those unmarked white vans, stranger danger. Stranger danger, right? I'm from that era. Normally, that vehicle is normally used for human trafficking, kidnapping, grapes and stuff like that. Like that van has a stereotypical type of thing to it about a lot of crimes happening in those particular type of vans. So he didn't know. You didn't even put on your, and that's another thing too. If you would have put on your blinkers, or put on your lights, your flashers, he would have known that you were some form of authority. He would have reacted a little different. But you didn't. And then your excuse is, oh, that's what I wanted to do. That was my plan. But you didn't do it, though. Come on now. Come on. I've been doing this too long. I'm about to retire. Let's go.
This up to the fact that Corey Jones jumped out of his vehicle as soon as Raja parked. Except, that's not true. Because, as you remember, Corey Jones was on the phone in a recorded phone call with a tow truck for the entire interaction. And the car door didn't even open until well after Raja parked and got out of his vehicle.
We're dressed exactly like this.
Exactly.
Nothing more, nothing less.
Exactly like this. And I had my holster, which was covered.
It was covered.
It was covered, wasn't it?
When you have your gun in your waistband, is it obvious that you're carrying a gun? There's no big hole.
I have a big stomach, so it kind of overhangs over the holster.
We were in the same hat.
Exactly, just like this.
Okay. And you said you started firing. Was that around this area?
I believe I'm trying to think. It's like I remember he came out and said, "Drop." I can't hear you.
Yeah, but hold on.
I'm sorry. I'm thinking. I know when he had the gun pointed at me around the car and everything, I fired. I know that. Do
you remember exactly where he was at when he? And let me go back. You said that you got out, you jumped out, and you came around here. When did the gun come into play, and where did it come from?
See, he jumped out immediately. He said, "I'm okay, man." He said, "I'm okay, I'm okay." And I said, "Hey, man, police, can I help? Can I help you?" And second, I said, I remember. Exactly. I'm not touching anything. No. I remember clearly seeing this. The gun was right here. I remember seeing it above the door level, and it was in this area right here, pointing at directly at me. And I remember seeing it was a silver gun. I could clearly see the hole of the muzzle, and I could see that Laser Max laser in the guide rod flickering. It was like flickers, red on and off, on and off.
Okay. So he was in this area.
Yeah, he was in this vicinity, somewhere in this vicinity.
you want to? Why don't you? Do you recall where you were standing? I know you had some difficulty. Do you know approximately where?
This is how bad that he's lying, right? Because I want y'all to just picture this. He said that he jumped out the van and he walked up to the guy, let him know that he was a police and all the stuff like that. And do you need some help, right? And the guy said, I'm good. At what point did the guy pull out the gun? Have y'all heard him say when the guy pulled out the gun? Because normally people hold their guns under the seat. They'll have it in the glove department, even or on them, right? So at what time did he pull out the weapon? You knew that he was on the phone. So when did he pull out the weapon? You're saying that he was literally in between, the door was open and he was in between that little spot between it hits the front window and that car when the door is open. And then you said that you seen a gun through that area. So you mean to tell me that you allowed this guy enough time for him to go retrieve a weapon to shine it and point it at you? Is that what you're trying to tell me? Is that what you're trying to tell the detectives here? That the guy, he just automatically he was given a couple minutes to go and get his weapon to point it at you. Now we know as soon as you don't, if you're investigating or you feel like you need to detain someone initially to see what's going on, you're not going to allow this guy to go back in his vehicle for him to pop out a weapon and shoot at you. This is why they kind of remove you from the vehicle. This is why they tell you to keep your hands where they can see them, right? But you already saw one of his hands was on the phone. The phone that he had never dropped, that he had the whole entire time. And you really want me to believe that you felt that your life was so in danger that was the reason why you had to shoot him while he was running, but you didn't shoot him when he initially pulled the gun out on you and you allowed him enough time to pull the gun out on you? I don't buy that. I don't buy that at all, especially since you already had your weapon out. When it don't make sense, it's usually wrong, especially close range. Yeah. Thank you, Ricardo, for the $2 super chat. I truly appreciate you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. He said just a little support. Thank you, good sir. Thank you, good sir. Hi, Julie. Happy Saturday. She says, I'm new and I'm lost. Oh, hi. So we're going over a police shooting that happened in Florida back in, I think, 2015. And we're just going over his investigation that he had with Internal Affairs. He's supposed to reenact what happened that night, but we can clearly see that he is lying about his whole involvement in this police shooting, that unfortunately the man lost his life for someone who's negligent and reckless, and he had a badge. So that's what we're going over right now. I hope you enjoyed watching this with us.
Somewhere in this vicinity somewhere. I don't recall exactly
Okay,
where.
why don't you do this somewhere between where and where?
Oh, let's see. So like,
oh my God, he was so stupid.
If I had to say something, I would probably say about like in this region right here. This
Well,
would be,
I don't want you to have to say anything. That's why I asked you
Exactly.
approximate. So if you're safe saying where your attorney is standing and somewhere between there and somewhere, you just let me know.
It's somewhere in this area right here.
Put this at the western boundary of any possibility of where you're staying.
Okay, I'm gonna put it about here. Let's see.
And put this at the eastern. And take your time and arrange them how you want.
Okay. So I don't know what that for. I'll probably say about here.
Okay, so somewhere between number 1 and number 2,
Yes.
safe to say this is where you...
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And that's when you initially came into engagement?
Well, like verbal engagement or
Well,
actually
you had spoke to him. When did you specifically see the threat?
right around this area? Because as it was happening, I started my brother was in this area and I said, "Hey man, police, how can I help you?" And I said that clearly. And when I said that, and he immediately just jumped, and I remember this action right here, the handgun on me.
Raja is having trouble remembering the location.
He's being a whole idiot and he's making himself look even worse as a liar. Because of the simple fact is that if he put the gun at you at that area, why wouldn't he just shoot you? If you're that close to him in his vehicle and he's in between the car, and you saying that even though you told him that you was the police, he pulled out the gun after you said that you were police, why would he just shoot you? You didn't even have your vest on. Easy shot. That would have been easy. This is why I don't buy it. Because if anything, he was right in the sweet deal to just take you out if he was more concerned about getting caught, going to prison, you was finding out something that he was doing out on the street or whatever. Not like if that was the case, if he was really, this guy was really a criminal or a potential criminal, a suspect of something. If he didn't want to go to jail and everything like that, he could have just took you out and dipped. Right then and there, you didn't have no vest on. You only came out with your gun. You didn't even have a radio on. And according to you, you said that you was concealed. Your weapon was concealed. So that means if you supposedly came out as a friendly, right, just to see what was going on, if that was his true intent with this quote unquote imaginary weapon, and I don't even think the guy even had a weapon. I'm not saying that he didn't have a weapon in the vehicle. It probably was in a glove department or something. I mean, like I said, this is Florida, but I don't even think he had a weapon on him. I think what you're lying to the detective saying that it was a shiny weapon or something like that was probably his phone. The light that you're talking about was a laser, was probably his phone. He was on the phone. Like, this is crazy. If you was really a threat, he could have took your life right then and there. You literally had a quote unquote, drop the gun, drop the gun, drop the gun. He pointed at you, then he stopped pointing at you, then he ran. You still telling him, drop the gun, drop the gun, drop the gun. He runs to the guardrail and he proceeds cover to point the weapon at you again. And from there, you shoot him 2 to 3 times. No, sir. No. You're making the reason why you're stumbling and you're having a hard time putting this together because it doesn't make sense, especially when they know that you didn't have your tactical gear on, you didn't put your lights on, you had your gun concealed, you didn't have your radio, you didn't call for backup, you did everything outside of protocol. Ryan said that's a good point. How is the cop still alive if he says it's true? Right. He would, or not even anything, if he even was able to even stay alive, why wasn't you shot? If the guy was, so this is the reason you feared your life, he was threatening you, or you perceived the threat. Why are you not armed? Why are you not harmed? You didn't have no gear on. You didn't even have no protection on. Why you don't have a gunshot wound to your chest, a shoulder blade, a stomach? You don't got nothing. You're completely fine. Oh, that's because the guy wasn't a threat. That's why. He was just a musician going home and broke it down. Yeah. Laura said, that's what I was going to say. It was probably his phone. It was his phone. It was his phone. Because I haven't heard it yet, but did they say that this guy even had a gun?
Where he fired 2 separate volleys of 3 shots because he's trying to place them in an area that makes him look the best. Unfortunately for him, forensics will reveal things are much, much different than he's claiming. Now, Raja has been an officer for almost 8 years at the point of this footage. In fact, he's an instructor at the police academy and a firearms expert, yet he claims to have seen a laser on the gun. The gun in question, one of the cheapest handguns that money can buy, had nothing of the sort.
Oh my God, and it gets worse. Oh my goodness. Not you, a whole arms instructor, being that negligent. So which one is it, sir? You're a whole instructor. That means that you know how to handle a gun very well. You train other individuals, especially in the academy, to operate a weapon well. So for you to try to act like you was just negligent, no, absolutely not. Acting like you're this incompetent, but you a whole instructor? No, absolutely not. And then for now, they're saying that they did find a weapon. However, it was a rinky-dinky, one of those rinky-dinky burner type of guns. Nothing equipped to hold a laser on it. This is sad because now you have to bring that into consideration, right? You're an instructor. You teach defense and offense when it comes down to a weapon. A part of you being an instructor, you teach them how to hide and cover, when to pull it out, how fast to pull it out, trigger retention, all that good stuff. There's no way. How can you be that incompetent and put yourself in danger like that? As an instructor, you go out there without no radio, no tactical vest. You didn't even put your lights on. Your weapon was concealed according to you. No, sir. No. Not believable. Ryan said that cop really was out for blood. Sad. Yeah. It's unfortunate because that's what it's starting to look like. He was kind of like trigger happy within the moment, and he took it there. He took it there. Because him out of everybody should know how to use a weapon and when to use a weapon. Let's go on.
In fact, Corey had bought it just 3 days before he was fatally shot for protection at home and on the way to and from his gigs.
And then he started running in this direction right here, just as you could.
Which side of the guardrail?
On the western side of the guardrail.
So he's on the grass?
On the grass, yes.
Okay.
He started running on the grass, and if I'm thinking, and this is where I grabbed my phone and I started running after him with my gun still pointing in his direction, screaming, and I was on 911. I was yelling. I was like, "Drop the gun! Drop the gun! Drop the gun!" And I was screaming at the top of my lungs.
What was he doing at that point?
He was running, and right when he got about, I think it was, because this is where I started to walk. I remember I was around that area by that pole when I decided to walk back to get my radio again, because this guy was like, "Go get your radio, Raj, go get your radio." And
just be careful right here.
I'm sorry. And I remember over here is where I was, and he must have been. Do you see this plant right here? Just this big bush?
Clump?
Yeah, the big clump. Just where the ditch is right there in front of it.
He was in that area,
and that's when he did the spin. And I was yelling, I was like, "Drop the gun, drop the gun!" And I saw him go like this, and I remember saying to myself, "Aim!" I still remember, and I was like, "Aim!" And I put that front sight right in the center mass, and I squeezed. I believe 2 rounds.
Okay.
and I saw him drop, at which point, and when he dropped and everything, and I started going up, and I couldn't see him. And I was like, I lost sight of him. And they're like, go get your radio. And I started to go, and I was like, just pedaling back and everything. And the guys came, and I was like, look, I lost sight of him right there. I don't know where he went to. And I think one of the officers was up north. He's like, I think I see something up there and this and that. So, and then Sergeant Sprague or Sergeant Anderson, one of the sergeants, was like, Raj, come show me exactly where's the last point you saw him. So I started walking up the guardrail. As I started walking up, we saw him right there.
Okay. What happened after that?
Once we saw him and everything, he was laying face down and both his hands were tucked underneath him. So Sergeant Anderson came to my left. He brought a shield. He was shield guy. I was shield covered behind him. And Sergeant Sprague came to the north side of us from almost at the tree, and he had a rifle out. And we said, okay, we need to approach it to make sure that, he's still not armed, what's going on and everything. So we slowly approached him and everything like that. But before that,
hey,
when they came,
what's up,
I ran to my van.
How are you?
And I immediately slipped on my thigh holster, my duty gun. So once we started to approach him and everything like that, he still wasn't moving. I think we gave him a couple of verbal commands, didn't respond. And Sergeant Sprague said, Raj, go ahead, go hands on with him. I holstered immediately, and they said they've got cover. I grabbed one arm, pulled it out, grabbed the other arm, pulled it out, and we said, and Sergeant Anderson or Sprague said, flip him, make sure he's not laying on top of the gun. And we just pulled him back, flipped him back, saw there was no gun visible and everything. And Sergeant Sprague said, okay, call fire rescue, all right, let's clear. And I came back here, and there was a rescue truck here, and I was covered in his blood, and I was like, can you just get this off me? And they took like hydrogen peroxide and just started pouring it all over me, started washing me.
All over you?
Yeah. On my hands and arms.
Corey wasn't laying on the gun because he had dropped the gun well before Raja fired an additional 3 shots into him. How far before? 150 feet, which is half a football field if you're American, and a little less than half a football field if you're, well, anything else. Raja claims that he called 911 before he fired the second volley of shots, yet Corey's call proves that's not true. In fact, he only waited 10 seconds between firing the 2 sets, while the AAA agent helplessly listened on the other end of Corey's phone. Then, 33 seconds after firing his last bullet, Raja called 911, pretending that he was still concerned about Corey having a gun.
Down right now! 911.
Hey, this is Gardens Alpha 1. I just got one down. I just shot one person. I'm at that off-ramp right behind Doubletree. Black male.
You're behind the Doubletree?
I'm on the off-ramp, 95 southbound off-ramp, off the Doubletree. I am not covered in anything right now. And, give me some units. I got one down. I got one man down. Have fire rescue stand by.
Roger, you all right?
Yeah, man, I'm good. Drop the gun!
On the off-ramp, right?
On the off-ramp. Get me some units. I've lost contact with him. I don't know where he is.
All right, you got it, buddy. Where's your radio? Where's your radio, Raj?
My radio's in the van right now. I don't have it with me. That's why I'm on the phone.
All right, stay on the phone, buddy. What's the guy look like?
Black male wearing all black dress, had a silver handgun in his right hand.
At the point of Raja making this call, Corey had been shot 3 times. He was unmoving on the ground. His gun was half a sports field of your choosing away. Raja, a trained officer, knew that Corey wasn't holding a weapon. But he also knew that he messed up big time, and he had to try and make it look like he...
Oh, this is so sad. This is so sad, man. So sad. Because he dropped the gun a long time ago, and you still proceeded to shoot him until he was down. He wasn't a threat. He was running away. If you would have had followed procedures and called for backup, instead of going in there acting like you gun-ho, like you fucking Rambo, then maybe the other SWAT team could have had caught him and it could have been a different situation. But instead, you wanted to go and be hothead, and then you try to cover up your tracks because you know that you did not follow protocol the whole entire time. And like I said, the man having a weapon is not against the law, especially in Florida. You can have a weapon. I don't even believe that I don't believe that the guy pulled out the weapon on him. I don't. I really don't. What I think what happened is when the guy was running, he tossed that weapon. He tossed the weapon and ran. But you still proceeded to shoot him. You even showed them that you told the detectives that you took your time, you calmed your breathing, right? Because that's very important, right? So you can hit the target. You said that. That was your words. That at first when you tried to shoot, it wasn't working, it wasn't stabilizing, you couldn't stabilize your breathing, and then you took and you calmed down and you was like, hit the target. And then you made sure you hit the target. This didn't have to happen. This was all completely uncalled for. Uncalled for. William said, I have finally got to see MJ. Have been sick all week. Oh, I'm so sorry, William. COVID still in isolation and spent my birthday in lockdown. It's today. Oh, I'm so sorry, William. Happy birthday to you, sir. Happy birthday. I'm so sorry that you're sick. I know COVID sucks. I didn't know that y'all in isolation over there where you are. Oh dear. But I'm really sorry that's happening to you. I hope you feel better. But happy birthday to you, sir. Ryan said, I wonder what the AAA call said. I heard some of what the AAA was online, and it was a woman, and she was just like, she was distraught. She's like, oh my God. Like, like she's really distraught. And I don't blame her because, she's just trying to help a customer. And she doesn't understand why it led to shots being, just ringing out. Like that would disturb anyone, really. Bruce says that's what they call a SIA. Cover your own ass, right? Brucey said Florida encourages you to have a weapon. Yeah, you do need a weapon out there. I'm not joking about that. Ricardo says, so sad. Yes, it really is. Because this is all unnecessary. And it's just bad that I get it because it's self-preservation at this point. But you're covering all your tracks and stuff, and you're trying to get out of it. You're trying to get away where the family members and the loved ones don't get their justice. And whether or not if you made a mistake, you still have to be held accountable for your mistakes. The whole covering up is not cool. It's not cool. Where's your integrity?
He was acting in self-defense, even if he was defending himself against a dead man in the footage you've just heard.
Can I clarify a couple things?
Go ahead.
The shirt you have on.
Yes, sir.
Is that the shirt you had on?
Exactly just like this.
It's on inside out.
Inside out, because it's a shirt with the American flag on it.
Okay.
And the night before, I had a green shirt like this with an American flag, and while the officers drove by, like that gives you away as a cop. You got a flag on your shoulder. I was like, all right, I got to flip it inside out. Okay. So I flipped it.
Let's talk about conditions. Right now, I can see you. There's no street lights.
What the hell? What did he just say? Did he say that he turned his shirt inside out because there's a flag on it and that would give you away that you're a cop, sir? Do you know how many people are running around here with flags on their shirts? Or whether if it's on the sleeve, whether it's on the chest, that doesn't make you automatically a cop or anything like that. Like you could have been in the military. Military people wear that, especially what is it? Under Armour. We know Under Armour got a promotion going on with the military, and we get a nice shirts and sweats and all that stuff like that has the flag on them, whether it's on the arm or it's on the back. Like that doesn't mean nothing. That's not a good enough excuse to me why you have that shirt on backwards. And if they told you not to wear anything that has any type of logo or anything like that to make people believe that you are a part of law enforcement, why would you even go outside with something that you would have to turn your flip it inside out? Why not, after they mention it to you, why not wear a regular fucking shirt? Like a regular white shirt or a regular black shirt or something like that. Like, Come on. Come on, let's stop. Cynthia, how are you? Happy Saturday. She says, the SWAT team wouldn't be necessary because the victim wouldn't be needed if this cop was there to help him. He had no need to run. I agree. If he was actually there to help him initially, then none of this would have happened. Like, you didn't even give enough time to really assess what was going on. You automatically perceived that this person was doing something that he wasn't supposed to do. And you automatically took a threatening stance. I don't know why you took a threatening stance. This is not the first time that somebody's car breaks down on these roads in America. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is not the first time. Are you approaching every situation like that? Do you think that only breaking downs of vehicles happens during the day? Like, God forbid, if that's the case, I will be fearful for truckers who have to travel all night or travel for 48 hours straight on the road, and God forbid something happened to them. Are you now saying that it's something suspicious about that too? Like, no, we can't do that. We just can't do that. Let's see. Ryan, the AA guy phone call. Oh. Ryan also said, not every person knows about the police flag, more cares, right? Not every person knows about the police flag. Yeah, I agree. I mentioned Bruce, but it was okay. So let's go on. Let's hear what else he has to say. Terrible liar. And it's funny because if you look at the guys around them, they're not really buying it either. You can just tell by their face and how he's going through it. They're not buying it.
The sun has risen. You can see. And tell me about the conditions at 3:15.
Up front, when I was right there with him, I could see him crystal clear. But when he started to run away from me, all I could see was a silhouette, and I could see his face. I could see this, and I could see his like body movements and stuff. Like he was wearing a black shirt, but you could he wasn't really that dark black skin. Like he was like just maybe a couple of shades darker than me. So you could make out this is where his shirt stopped, this is where his arm stopped, and I could see him turn. And I could have sworn I saw that that silver thing. Like when he turned, I saw some silver in his hand turn, and that's when I was like, aim, and squeezed off a few rounds. And the whole time I'm on the phone with dispatch.
You said he pulled the gun at you
over there,
right outside of
right
his
up, yeah,
or in
that vicinity, yeah.
And you described it as what?
I saw a silver muzzle. I could clearly see the bore size hole, and underneath it, where the guide rod goes of the handguns and everything like that, he had a laser max laser which blinks. And I'm speaking this from experience because I'm a firearms instructor, and I teach civilian, I teach at the police academy and everything, and I can clearly identify a firearm when I see one, specifically when it's pointed in my direction.
And you indicated, you testified that you were pretty quick on the draw.
Yes.
You said you drew it out quick. Are you pretty quick?
I practice I practice all the time.
And he pointed his gun at you at there?
At there. Second, he pointed, when I said, hey man, police, can I help you? And that's when he jumped back, pointed the gun at me and everything.
Okay, why didn't you shoot him there?
I thought I shot him there. I thought I pulled the trigger. I thought I shot him. I thought I shot at him.
When you first pulled out.
Thank you, guy in the black shirt. Thank you for being the smartest crayon in the box. Again, if it was a life-threatening situation, it would have never have taken place 150 yards plus away from the vehicles. Because according to your story, he pulled the weapon out on you when he was at the car with the door open. And you would so gleefully say that you are a arms instructor. Not only do you train police, you also train civilians as well to get their licenses and conceal licenses. So you have the withdrawal to shoot right then and there. You explain to them that you know how a weapon looks because you do this for a living. You eat, breathe, and sleep weapons. So if you saw him pull out the weapon while he was at the vehicle, you should have shot him right then and there. You said that you had your gun on you. You should have shot him right there. It would have had only been at the vehicles. But the simple fact that it didn't, the simple fact that 200 yards away, he's found with no weapon on him, shot 3 times, and how far it's away from the actual initial location, that means that your whole story is hogwash. It's a lie. I don't know anybody who is fearing their life, who is going to allow the person who's putting a gun in their face to run away, and then now I'm going to shoot you. Come on now, stop it. Stop it.
Out your gun?
Yeah. When I first pulled out the gun, I gave him like, drop the gun. And when he didn't, I believe I shot him there.
Okay. Okay. How many rounds do you think you fired in total?
5.
Okay.
Maybe 6 or 5.
What kind of gun is it? What kind
it's
of
a Glock 27 40 caliber.
The mini Glock?
The mini Glock, yeah, the baby Glocks, yeah.
Did you, when he pointed the gun at you and you pulled your gun and you thought you fired, could you at any point, either there or down there, see if muzzle flash, you're familiar with muzzle flash?
Yes, absolutely.
Being a firearms instructor?
Yes,
Did you ever see that come out of his gun?
I didn't even see my own muzzle.
Raja didn't see Corey's muzzle flash because, as you've likely realized, Corey never fired.
All I remember was just the motion of pulling that trigger. I didn't even know if I couldn't even hear my own bang. I think I was just so like, drop the gun. I don't think I even heard my own gun go off.
Okay.
Mm.
What did he just say? Is he fucking crazy? Then what was the whole point about gloating about you being an instructor, and you know how a weapon looks, and you know how the pistol, the weapon looking? What was all that charade? Informing them of your expertise and your experience, but then now you're literally saying, when they asked you, well, did you see him? Did you hear him shoot off any weapon? Or anything like that? No, I don't know. I don't think he shot anything. And I barely even knew I shot anything, or I didn't see anything go off. Like, what? How do you not know that you're shooting? How do you not know? The recoil on that shit, you telling me you don't feel it? You can feel it when you shoot, when you pull the trigger, you can feel it. And now you're trying to say that you don't even know if you shot? And then you didn't even know how, and then you saying you shot him 3 times, but you shot 5. Oh, so you shot 2 times before and you missed him. And that's what made you take that deep breath, get your breath under control, aim, and fire. Where you was able to shoot him 3 times. Center mass, right? Like you're trained. Laura said, he is so full of shit. He sure is. Cynthia said, the cop said he could see him, but the victim is wearing all black in the midst of very dark road off the ramp of 3 a.m. You can't see much of anything. Plus, this man is darker complexion. Right. Exactly. He admitted that the guy was darker complexion than him. It's dark outside and he's wearing all dark. But you seen that he still had a weapon in his hand. Oh boy. I can't keep up with his lies. Me either. It's just really bad. And they're looking at him too, like, dude, they're like, you're really bad at this. That's what I'm getting from them. They're looking at him like, you're really bad at this, dude. Like, seriously. William says selective memory here to fit his narrative. Doesn't know as an instructor how many times he fired. Right. It's really bad, man.
Would you describe your demeanor, I shouldn't say demeanor, lack of term here. As police officers, we often patrol with a kind of a heightened sense of alertness.
Mm-hmm.
If that makes sense. Do you think that your level, how would you describe your level of alertness when you first saw this car and then before he pulled the firearm out?
First of all, I didn't even know he was inside the car. And that's exactly what I'm talking about. I'm kicking myself. Hindsight's 2020, and I preach this at the academy. Always, when you see an abandoned vehicle, when you see something like that, always treat it like there's somebody inside, because you never know. And I go do the cynical sin, like, if I knew there was a guy inside, I wouldn't do something stupid like this by pulling in front of the car like that. Because I drove by, there's nobody, and I came, made the U-turn, and I'm watching, there's nobody inside the car. I'm like, oh man, they probably ran out of gas, walked the corner gas station or something like that. So let me just pull in front of it. I'll put my flashers on and everything. Hey, call out the tag, call out the,
But you're stupid because you didn't do anything of that. You didn't do anything of that in that nature. You didn't pull. First of all, you didn't pull up to the vehicle. If you thought it was an abandoned vehicle, why you didn't pull parallel to it? In fact, what you actually did, you did a U-turn so you can park right and block off the vehicle. You act like you knew that someone was in the vehicle. That tactic that you use is for someone like suspicious activity, and it could be a potential threat. Now you're saying to these detectives that you didn't think that no one was in the car. You thought that it was a potential breakdown of a vehicle and the person ran off to get gas or whatever not. All of that is bullcrap. So how do you not? But here's the thing. If you said that you didn't know that someone was in the vehicle, this is the same guy that you said is wearing all black. He's a darker complexion than you and all the stuff like that. But now you telling me that you can see him clear as day when it came down to him having a weapon, when it came down to him running 250 feet where you was able to shoot him, but you tell him you want them to actually believe that you didn't know that there was someone in the vehicle. Now, all of a sudden, by the time you got up to the vehicle and you did that defensive tactic with the vehicle, you didn't see anybody. You didn't notice anybody. You didn't notice this black man, this darker skinned black man. Which one is it? Which one is it? Because it can't be both. It can't be both. You saw clearer to shoot him 200 feet. But when you got up on him while hopping out the vehicle, you couldn't see that someone was in the vehicle? Make it make sense. So annoying. He could be a part of those cops who teach reckless and violent tactics. Their seminars are somewhere between hilarious and dangerous. Ugh. I don't know. I truly just believe that he's one of those negligent cops, and probably a little trigger happy. He thought that this was one of those suspicious activity that was going to give him a little bit of excitement. He got a little carried away with himself at coming in there gun blazing like Rambo, and he further escalated the situation. Even if you are concerned, and you have your right to be concerned, if you are monitoring that neighborhood and you see things happen, nobody's saying that you can't do your job. But the whole thing is you're lying from the beginning that you came up to this individual as a friendly. You didn't. You didn't come up to him as a friendly to see what was going on. You didn't do that. You came at him as if it was already a hostile situation. The whole positioning of your vehicle shows where your mindset was. And this is why the detective asked him that particular question. What was your mindset before you even approached this guy? We know that we're doing a stressful, emotional heightened type of job where we're on the lookout. We're worried about our whereabouts. A lot of people don't like police. A lot of people, you know what I'm saying? Things of that sort, right? They're asking him what was his mindset before even approaching him. Could that have been a possibility why you decided to not follow any protocols and jump in there like you fucking Rambo? Like, you literally put yourself in danger, if anything. Like, it's rest in peace to this guy. But at the end of the day, the way how you went in there, and I'm talking from a law enforcement kind of standpoint, the way how you went in there, you were asking for a fucking death wish. You was asking to be blown away and not see your family. Everything you did was so wrong. You would have lost your life if this was actually a violent man. Let's go on.
A broke down vehicle and everything, see if it needs to be towed or what.
So the only reason you got out there
was because he jumped out.
Yeah.
Okay. he caught me off guard, and it's again like I preached that stuff, and I went ahead.
Officer Raj, at one point you said that when he got out, you said, "Hey man, police,
Yes.
can I help you?" At what point did he say what he said something? Correct?
He said right off the second he got out the car, I jumped out immediately. He said, "I'm good, man, I'm good."
Even before or after you said police?
Even before. That was the first words. He said, "Hey man, I'm good, I'm good." And I responded with, "Hey man, police, can I help you?"
Did he say anything after that?
No, that was like the clicker. It was like, wait a minute. A normal person would be like, if a normal human being was broken down and I identified myself as a police officer, like wanting to help them, they'd be like, no, I'm good. I'm waiting for someone to come bring the gas, or I called a tow truck already, or whatever the case might be. And he immediately just jumped at me and gun come at me. And at that point, it's like, he knows I'm a cop. I identified myself. This guy's trying.
No, but see, that's you're a liar. You didn't identify yourself. And even as a normal human being, like, how dare you, the audacity of you who's trying to violate and disrespect this man after you murdered him for no apparent reason. You want to say that a normal human being would have been like, hey, I'm good, officer, I'm just waiting. But no, number one, you didn't identify yourself as an officer. Number two, even as a regular human being, when someone came and asked him, hey, are you okay? What did you say? You just admitted he said that I'm good, I'm good, I'm good. And that's what civilians do. If someone came over to say, hey, you all right? Yeah, I'm fine, thank you. That's it. So what he did was normal. He didn't do anything unrealistic. We see this every single day. The fact that what you're leaving out is that you did not identify yourself as a police officer. You didn't. Not one way. You just thought that he was supposed to automatically know that you are a police officer. This is Florida. Everybody has weapons. How did he know that you're not coming to rob him? Especially if you had if you already had your gun out. Because according to him, he didn't pull out his gun until he saw the guy pull out his gun. I think that's a lie. I think he already jumped out the vehicle with his gun in his hand. And this is why when you hear the voice recording, he keeps on saying, put the gun down, hands up, put the gun down. That was the first thing that he kept on saying when they started to play the thing. You already had your weapon in your hand. At no point did you come on as a friendly. At no point did you come on to see if this man was in need of help. You came on to detain him, and you treated the whole situation as suspicious activity. That's just what happened. Let's see. Ricardo said when he says, I preach this stuff, he makes it 10 times worse. He really do. William said he's hanging himself. Not possible for what he said he did. Dirt caught power hunger and trigger happy thinks he's Charles Bronson. I would like to see them do a reenactment at 3 a.m. to really see how the area looked. I mean, I agree too, but even just looking at the pictures of what happened, it's pitch black. It was pitch black outside. Simcoe said, what is this about? When did this happen? This was 2015. This was a police-involved shooting. Let's go on.
Trying to kill me, and I didn't want to die.
Did you have anything out that would identify yourself physically as a police officer?
I didn't even get a chance to even grab my wallet out, because the funny thing is, earlier in the night, I was in the aisles when I was doing my patrol in aisles. As you enter the aisles, you make the first right, and there was a gentleman walking his dog, and he immediately saw me, and because I was blacked out in a van driving around, and I immediately grabbed my wallet, and I went like this. I was like, sorry, I'm a police officer. It's okay. We're here doing surveillance and everything. So I knew to identify myself right off the bat. But it happened so quick. He drew that gun so quick on me.
Okay.
You have the holster for your gun with you?
Yeah, no, they have it.
What is the attachment you have on your belt there?
This is for my leg holster.
Okay.
Did
you have that tactical belt on at the time?
Yes, this is the same exact belt I had on. Okay. This right here, I had it in the waistband holster. And the whole thing with the drop leg holster was, if I do need to go out, something like that, put the vest on, put the holster on, and then go.
Okay. Let's talk about two other things.
Yes, sir.
When you said you swore you shot up there when he first pulled the gun at you, did you see if it had an impact on him?
I couldn't tell.
Did you notice?
Were you watching him at the time?
My aim was I was watching that gun.
Did he fall down?
No.
Did he stumble? Did he say ouch or shot me or anything?
Did he say anything at that point?
Nothing. Nothing was said. Nothing was, and he was just pointing the gun right.
Okay. No body reaction to indicate something may have occurred?
No, nothing. Just flight at that.
Corey obviously had every reason to run, and for flight to be his response to being shot at 6 times at 3 in the morning while his car was broken down. The only reason that Corey was even still with his vehicle was because he was afraid that his drums were going to be stolen out of it. So he decided he would wait for the tow truck, despite one of his friends offering him a ride home after he tried to help Corey get his vehicle running. Corey was already wary. Had Raja actually announced himself as a police officer, things likely would have gone extremely differently, especially when you consider the fact that Corey didn't have a single infraction on his record, and we mean not a single one, not even a traffic or parking ticket.
Which hand was he holding the gun in?
Right.
Okay.
And again, do you remember where it came from?
He was like my view was blocked by that door a lot, so I couldn't tell if he had it in his waist, if he had it in the door, if he had it on his seat. I don't know.
Okay.
I remember seeing that thing coming right at me.
When he ran, was he full sprint back?
I saw him running.
Running fast?
Not fast. It wasn't fast because I still had, like, if he was I guess he was, you could say if he was in a full sprint trying to run away, he would probably made it a lot further.
Okay.
And
I'm gonna ask you to do one thing after
Yes, sir.
I ask you one more question. The blood, you said you got blood all over.
Yes.
How'd you do that?
when we went, once we found his body and everything, and it was only me, Sergeant Sprague, and Sergeant Anderson, and when we saw his body, we flashed the light on him. We were up here at this guardrail, right kind of like where this emergency truck is sitting at. And we looked down, we're like, oh, there he is. His hands were tucked underneath him.
Right.
We couldn't even see his hands. So one of the sergeants said, we need to go make sure that that he's not alive still. He's not holding on to the weapon and everything like that. And Sergeant Anderson had the shield out. I was behind him in shield cover like this. And Sergeant Sprague was on further from me with the rifle out. And we slowly approached the body. I think we gave some royal guys, show me your hands, show me your hands. And nothing happened, didn't even flinch. And Sergeant Sprague said, Raj, we got cover, holster up. We got to pull his hands out. And so holstered, pulled his hand out, pulled the other hand out. And then I'm not sure if it was Sergeant Sprague or Sergeant Anderson. They said, let's flip him just to make sure that he's not laying on top of the gun. So I grabbed his arm and I flipped him. There was no gun, nothing. Seeing Sergeant Sprague, like, okay, he's clear. Let's call fire rescue up. And I walked about like, I'm going to go wash myself. I'm covered in blood.
And where did you do that at?
There was a fire truck and an ambulance right behind it with the rescue. And I walked back there. I was like, I need to wash this off me. And the firefighter, she grabbed a bottle of hydrogen peroxide, popped it, and just started dumping it all over me. And I was just washing myself.
Now to go back when the gentleman was rolled over, did anybody check him? To see if he had any kind of weapons? No. Did you see anything in the ground around him?
We just kind of like did this and everything. And Sergeant Anderson like, we need to get out of this. We shouldn't contaminate this crime scene anymore.
And didn't see anything out of the ordinary?
Immediate area, no.
Okay.
Was that truck here when this happened?
No, this truck was like way towards the end. They just needed more lights, so they called it in.
Just making sure. And did you have?
There's actually a couple people watching his mannerisms and his behavior, and then one cop or
second that happened. Second, I washed my hands. Sergeant Anderson was like, "Raj, you need to be with me," and he took me. Do you see where those officers, where those guys are standing right there by that car?
Yes.
Right there, and I was there for the rest until our command bus.
Never entered the crime scene again until you did this reenactment?
No, yeah.
Okay.
Did you get into a car, or were you still outside?
No, I was outside the car the whole time till our command bus came, and I got into our command bus, and then your command bus came, and I switched over to yours.
Okay.
What's the first thing he did when you yelled police at him?
Second, I said, "Hey, man, police!" He immediately just stepped back, and I remember clearly seeing that gun over that door, pointing right at us. The night before, I went home, and my wife saw me in plain clothes. She's like, "What are you doing?" I was doing surveillance last night. And the first words out of her mouth was, "Where's your vest?" I was like, "Honey, it's inside the van. It's next to me. If I need it, I can throw it on and everything." And all I could think was, kids, man.
Do you have anything else?
Raja is bringing on the tears, and this isn't his first time being in trouble with the department. He may not have been planning or seeking someone out to harm this night, but his disciplinary history shows that at the bare minimum, he had a disregard for rules that carried into this fatal incident. From 2008 to 2015, he was written up multiple times for mishandling evidence. In 2009, a complaint was actually filed against him for going to a friend's house in regards to a domestic incident while he was off duty and plainclothed. Just another example of Raja thinking he can get away with his behavior of not doing things by the book.
Now, when he got out of the car, how did he get out of that car? Did it look like he had just opened up the door?
That description of him makes perfect sense. I am not surprised that he has a record, a written up, disciplinary record the way that he does. Just by how he's explaining this incident, all the protocols and rules that he did not follow, even though he knew how to verbally explain what the protocols were to the detectives. It shows that he doesn't care about the rules. He will take and cut any corner that he possibly wants. He's been caught doing that numerous of times. He has been disciplined for it, because if y'all didn't hear it, and especially the newcomers that have just came into the channel, initially the video essayist let us know that before he got into this department down in Florida, he was actually in another department in a different state. So I guess his disciplinary actions from there, he was almost probably going to get demoted, maybe even fired. So he ended up moving. But he told them that the reason why he transferred or he left the department was because he hit top pay and he wanted more. So that's why he moved to the department. He made it very strategic to leave that out, that you had a rap sheet of not following rules, protocols, and insubordination. But let's go on, shall we?
And stepped out.
I saw him pop out
that?
fast, like I couldn't tell if he stepped his left foot, right foot, because my van's pretty high, van, it was blocked. I just saw him pop out like right there, like, oh, and it just caught me off guard. I was like,
okay.
That red laser.
It depends on the
did
department.
It flash or was it?
It was
steady light?
It depends on
flickering.
the department and the things that he's being written up on.
You said you know about guns.
Yes, sir. Laser Max is the only company that makes a laser that goes in the guide rod of the gun, and they're not a steady laser. They're designed to flicker like that to give you like, hey, this is where I'm at.
And did you see? Were you there when it was there? If there was a gun recovered, were you there? Did you see it afterwards?
I haven't seen the gun. I haven't seen anything. Again, like, after we got the body and everything, after I washed my hands, they immediately took me over there, and I've been there the whole time.
Now, you said you saw the laser. Did you see the end point of that laser at any point?
Where was? No,
yeah.
No
Okay.
idea.
Okay. Two more things.
Yes, sir.
Do you remember when you discharged your weapon? You said you believed it was down there. Did you discharge it anywhere?
Yes, I discharged it, and this is what I'm saying. It's like when he was running, and I was going after, I was yelling, I was like, drop the gun, drop the gun, and I'm yelling at this guy to drop the gun at the top of my lungs, and I see him do one of these numbers come back, and all I remember saying to myself in my head was like, aim, and I even yelled, I was like, aim, and I put that front sight right into the black silhouette, and I squeezed again.
Do me a favor, as best you can, the same thing. Approximate where you were. Again, I know it's just
Aim was not something that Raja yelled. In fact, in total, he only said 20 words before he fired. And those words weren't the words you would expect from a public servant. Rather than identifying himself as a police officer, Raja antagonized Corey. It may be hard to make out, but in the clip you're about to hear, he asks, "You good?" When Corey responds that he is, Raja twice says, "Really?" in an almost sarcastic tone.
So Brucey said, why was he allowed to wash his hands? I missed that part. Okay, so the reason why he was allowed to wash his hands, which is kind of weird in my way of thinking, but I think because once they got his initial report of after the police shooting was involved, they already have secured the body and all the stuff like that, then they proceeded to think that it was nothing else that they needed off of him. However, I hope that I mean, even also too, is just that what else? I mean, what else were they going to find, really? I mean, because they already know, he already admitted that they touched the weapon, they touched his body when they flipped over to see if he had already had the weapon. So this is the reason why he washed his hands, because there was blood all over him and stuff. They already know that this was a gun involved police shooting, right? And nothing else was used. It was just literally his service weapon. So I think from that point, that's why they just allowed him to wash up and pretty much change out of his clothes and everything like that. But he's been there this whole entire time. If you heard him, once he got out of his command post vehicle, he went straight over to the IA vehicle, and he's been there this whole entire time, where now they're, going over the reenactment. Let's see. John said, I love Midwest safety. Yeah, I like that too. Let's see. Oh, no problem, Brucey. No problem. Let's go on. We should be almost done with this.
I'm good. I'm good. Yeah.
Oh, and do you have the in the area?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So y'all heard that, right? Y'all heard the video, the voice recording. He was antagonizing him. He went over there and said, "Yo, you good?" He didn't say, "Hey, I'm a police officer. Is there anything wrong?" He didn't say that. He said, "You good?" And the guy was like, "Yeah, I'm good." And then no more than, I think, 6 seconds or 7 seconds later is, "Put your hands up." So he already had his weapon out. He had already drawn his weapon, guys. Was his gun taken away after being fired at the victim? Yes, his service weapon should be taken away from him at that point until it's cleared. And then it's given back.
Hey. Now, which one is this? Because you had testified earlier that you shot twice.
Yes.
This is second.
This is the second.
Or the first?
The second series.
Okay.
First series, second series.
Very good.
I'll probably remember seeing the name somewhere. Oh, again, sorry.
Oops. Okay, anyway.
Probably have to say somewhere around. Come up to about almost here at that point.
Yeah, I'll
it was somewhere in this, because I remember I didn't hug the guardrail. I remember I was coming wide. And I remember yelling "aim."
So it was in this general area.
General area.
Okay.
At which point was he pointing the gun at you? Running backwards, and it turned.
He was running. He was running from me, and he did one of these numbers.
Where?
Where was he at that point?
Yeah. Can we?
Yeah, absolutely. Go.
I would probably say somewhere.
Oh, hold on 1 second.
In this general vicinity. You want me to?
I don't want you getting wet.
That's like I'm already.
Deep. Listen, don't go if it's a canal.
I'll toss him.
Okay.
You want me to toss him?
Yeah.
All right.
And again, it's just approximate.
This is approximate. Right. I would say probably from about here to about this area.
Okay. Right. Mm-hmm. So right in that area.
Right
that's where he was when he.
That's when he was. He turned around and he just went like this, and I was like, and I remember yelling, "Aim!" and just.
When he spun, you saw the barrel again.
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah, I saw him. Okay. I saw this. But I saw the biggest thing is this. Here's the thing. Again, from like training and experience and being around firearms and teaching firearms and everything like that. Here's the thing. If somebody's running, if they're looking back, versus when they see a whole body spin and you see that fist come up like this, he's trying to kill me.
Did you see one at that point?
Yes, I saw something in his. I saw something, and then he dropped, and that's when I said I saw something silver fall.
Okay.
The last thing I'm going to have you to do, it sounds silly. Let's go back
Yes,
to
sir.
the car.
Come here.
I'm going to keep up.
Trying.
The last thing I'm going to have you do is, as best you can, physically and verbally, reenact the moment without getting in your van. You can
Okay.
start at the driver's door.
Okay.
Reenact everything you did. Simulate drawing your gun, because I'll have it. As best you can, reenact it as if it was just happening now.
Okay. Without getting my vehicle.
And when I say reenact it, I want the volume of your voice to be the same. I want your
Do it 100%.
your
Okay.
speed
As
in
best
your
you
walk
can.
or your run to be the same, and progress all the way through.
All the way through, okay.
Yep.
Prepare yourself for the strangest and most inaccurate recreation of events of all time.
I completely go over. I'm like, and he says, "Hey man," he jumps out. He's like, "Hey man, I'm okay." I'm like, "Hey man, cops. Hey man, police, can I help you?" And he immediately, "Hey man, police, can I help you?" And he draws the gun on me and says, "Drop the gun, drop the gun!" And bang, 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 and he starts running, and I start chasing him. And I'm calling 911. Hey, this is Guardians Alpha 1. This is Roger. I just shot a guy. The guy had a gun, and I'm describing the guy. And as he's going right there, he stops and he turns on, looks at me, and I'm like, aim! And I bang, 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 and I fire about 2 or maybe 3 rounds over here, and I see him drop, and I come up a little bit more, and I'm still on the phone. I slow down, and then I couldn't see him anymore. And I was like, I've lost sight of him. I don't know where he is. And they're like, go back at your radio. And I just started walking backwards, ran back, and got my radio.
Let's pause there and just listen to the audio all the way through to see if a single thing matches his statements.
Is there any buildings, landmarks, anything like that I could use to pinpoint your address?
Yeah, see, it did.
Stop. I'm good. Yeah, I'm good. Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Crazy. Absolutely crazy.
There's gunshots.
Nope, it
Hey,
sure
sweetheart.
doesn't.
Happy Saturday
But that
to
doesn't
you.
matter to Raja at the time of this recreation, because he has absolutely no idea that the entire thing was recorded.
The length of time that you just did that, roughly the same?
3 to 4 seconds, if that.
Okay.
Maybe 5.
Okay, what we're going to do is we're going to take you over to Sergeant
Mole's car.
His reenactment was so upsetting. Even him just doing the whole thing all the way through, you could just tell that not only was he lying, but you can also tell that he came out aggressive. He didn't come out like, "Hey man, what's going on?" Like, you didn't do that. You already came out of the vehicle with your weapon already drawn out. And then you asked him, "Hey, you good?" "Yeah, I'm good. I'm cool. I'm cool." Next minute, all of a sudden, it's "Get your hands up." If you was asking him if he was okay, why all of a sudden is "Get your hands up"? Like, come on, guy. Like, and then, like I said, if it was "Get your hands up" because you felt the threat and you thought it was the weapon, you said that you knew clear as day because you're an arms instructor that he had a weapon out. He should have shot you at the vehicle. You didn't get shot. You didn't get shot at the vehicle because he didn't have the weapon in his hand at that time. I don't even think he ever had the weapon at all. I think that he had the weapon probably in his pocket or, in his back of his pocket or something like that. And then when you started shooting at him, he ran. And then he threw the weapon while he was still running. That gave you 2 to 4 seconds to correct your aim and actually hit him, because you didn't hit him the first 2 times. The first round, you didn't hit him with the 2 shots. And it's funny too, when he did the reenactment, he said 3 shots. So remember, he said that it was about 5. He said that he shot 5. But when he did the reenactment, he said boom, 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 first time. And then he said the second time, I calmed down and I said, aim. That's what he screamed out. Which he didn't. He didn't scream out aim. But he doesn't know subconsciously that's what you were saying. Take him out. That's what he's meant when while he's explaining to the detective saying aim. Subconsciously, that's what he was saying to himself. Aim. Hit that target. Because we know that he did not say that throughout the whole recording that was caught online with AAA. He didn't say anything of that sort. It literally went to, you good? Really? Get your hands up. That was all that you ever said to that man. And it's funny how when you was calling 911, you kept on saying, put the gun down, put the gun down. The man was already gone. He was already shot and gone. While you're on 911, talk about put the gun down. What a liar. Yes, he is a total liar. I agree. He is the worst. He's terrible. And then he said he didn't remember how many times he shot or even heard himself fire. Right, exactly. And he said first it was 3, then it was 5, and now him doing a reenactment, you shot at this man six times. 6 times, but just 3 bullets hit him. It's crazy. All right, let's go on.
Lone Star?
Yes, sir.
I'm mixing up the names. Where he put your gun in the trunk.
Yes,
the only reason I'm going to have
very
you go over there is to identify that as
that
your
is
gun.
okay. We'll do.
And then we're going to take it as evidence.
Okay.
And
got you.
That'll conclude everything. Any other time during this whole incident did you say police?
I don't know what to tell you.
What's that?
I don't know. I remember screaming, drop the gun, drop the gun. I remember screaming that. I'm sure I probably said, police, drop the gun. It's just,
you don't remember?
I don't remember, yeah.
Okay. I'm happy everyone.
Good. Thank you very much, sir.
You're welcome.
Okay.
Newman Raj's case was highly contested and a huge staple in the news cycle for several years. In 2016, he was arrested on charges of murder and attempted murder, one charge for the volley of shots that were fatal, and another for the volley of shots that were not. In court in 2019, he didn't testify, which was within his right, but certainly didn't help his case. Ultimately, he was sentenced to 25 years in prison for manslaughter and attempted first-degree murder.
He deserved that. He definitely did. He wanted to be a reckless cowboy with a weapon, not follow protocols and rules, cost a family a loved one, cost the city money, cost the police department money and their reputation, right? Because this is a full-on arm instructor. You're getting paid to train people to have, to know how to operate a weapon safely and know how to use it correctly. And you do something like this. So I think he should have got a little bit more, but obviously this did happen while he was still a police officer. He was on duty. He was just plain clothes. So I think they also took that into consideration as well. But prayers to that family. That young man he should not have lost his life for incompetence and trigger happy. He shouldn't have. And like I said, I always can't stand these type of cases and stuff like that, because it really does destroy the trust and the clarity that is needed amongst both sides, right? To make things work the way that they need to work. And you got to do the right thing. You have to do the right thing. You have to take your job seriously when people's lives are in danger or is going to be affected families, communities, you name it. All of that is going to be affected. You have to take these jobs seriously. Please follow all your guidelines. Please follow all the rules, all the policies. Do not skip over anything. Seriously, the cost is too much. The cost is too much. And then look at it now. Your family is suffering. You got 25 years. Your wife and your children is now suffering because you wanted to cut corners and play cowboy. William said, and the cost of taxpayers' money to put him in prison and keep him there. Yeah. Laura said, I am so glad he is in jail. Yeah, he was bad. He was really bad. All right, good folks. I have one more case for you. Shout out for y'all rocking with me for as long as you are. I know it is Saturday and some people got to step out and cut a rug. Other people want to chill, relax, and spend family time. But, you know, I do appreciate the ones who can stay and stick out with me with these cases. I truly appreciate it because you could be anywhere in the world, but you're here rocking out with me. So thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Make sure you're hitting the like button for me if you haven't done it already, or the down bunny. It doesn't matter. It helps the channel regardless. And share this out to anyone who likes this content. If you have any cases for me that you would like me to review at a future date, at the end of the live stream, go ahead and write it in the comment section. I will write it down in my little notebook and I will add it to the list for cases that we can review on this channel. So the final case that I have for you good folks before I let y'all enjoy the rest of your Saturday evening or Sunday morning, depending on what side of the world you're on, is about parents. So parents have discovered that their daughter was shot 13 times. I don't know who shot their daughter or what actually happened, but we are about to find out, good folks. We're about to find out. So let me go ahead and pull my screen up. And here we go.
Yes, simple. Hello, police department! Anybody's died mixed up now? Oh, shit.
On March 23rd, 2022, a young mother was gunned down inside her own home.
Yes, ma'am. Description of possible suspects going to be Hispanic male, approximately 5'5", described as chunky, wearing a white shirt.
The evidence trail pointed to a familiar face, her on-again, off-again boyfriend, Adrian Chavez. But those closest to the couple claimed that it couldn't have been him.
They were doing good. They both love each other. They both were sitting there telling me they love each other. They had to work through their own differences.
A combination of surveillance footage, phone records, and crime scene clues would soon lead to a conclusion that no one expected. Much of the footage you're about to see has never been seen before. This is the chilling case of the murder of Kelsey Cash. "26-year-old Adrian Chavez and 28-year-old Kelsey Cash had been in an on and off relationship for nearly 10 years. Their relationship was described by family and friends as turbulent, and Adrian was especially hot-headed. Frequent blowouts would often bring their relationship to an end, but there was one thing that always brought them back together: their 6-year-old daughter, Cadence. The desire to be a family pushed the two to try over and over to make their relationship work. But by March of 2022, their relationship had reached a place where they were living separately, and Cadence was staying with her mother in their Clovis, New Mexico apartment until March 23rd, 2022. Shortly before 9:30 p.m., police received multiple 911 calls from Kelsey's apartment complex and from the Hotel Clovis across the street.
Clovis 911, where's your emergency?
Hey, someone just got shot across the street at Hotel Clovis. They're leaving a black Charger. The dude's he's in a white shirt.
Okay, and you said he's leaving?
Yeah.
And he's in a black Charger?
No, the dude's on foot. The dude's on foot. There's a black Charger. The black Charger.
Okay, the guy in the white shirt, is he the one that you say got shot?
No.
But don't worry, Brucey. Even when I do get reassigned,
is he white, black, or Hispanic?
I appreciate you.
I don't know.
I'll still be here.
There's two more dudes
I'll
inside.
just be in a different.
Okay, which direction is he going?
He's going towards Andalusia. He just hopped in another vehicle.
What did he get in?
I don't know. Hold on, give me a second. Black Charger.
Did you want to speak to officers?
Nah, I'm good.
Alright, we've got officers on the way.
Minutes later, officers arrived in the parking lot of
Now, listen, I mean, homie, he wasn't all about that, all about, speaking with officers and stuff, but at least he did the right thing. He saw something happen and he was like, yo, someone got shot. I'm seeing him leave. He gave good description on what the person was leaving in and what they had on. And shout out to him, right? Shout out to him being a bystander, that if the only thing that he could offer was to give detail to 911 and call 911 that something happened, then shout out to him. Because many other people, especially nowadays in the climate that's happening now today, people don't even want to do that anymore. They don't even want to call 911 anymore, right? They want to just videotape like it's some video game, like they're playing Sims and shit. So shout out to him. Let's continue on.
The apartment complex and were approached by a traumatized witness who heard the altercation and almost had her car stolen.
He walked that way? We were parked right here and we heard a girl say she yelled and she was like, give me my phone, and we heard 5 gunshots. And he comes to my door and he opens it, and like if he was gonna take it, and then I was like, you got the wrong car, sir, and he looked at me for a second and then shut it and he just walked away.
What do he look like?
He had a white sweater on. He was his head was shaved, not baldly, but
and he took off on foot or in car?
Yes, on foot.
Okay.
Yes.
And you have your ID with you?
Yes.
Are you good if I get it to run it?
What was the vehicle? Black car?
It was mine.
No.
We took off as soon as we heard it because he opened our door like if he was going to take it from us.
All right, go ahead.
The young witness gave an account similar to his mother. After documenting the possible attempted carjacking, officers made their way to the apartment where witnesses reportedly heard the gunshots.
Yeah, double.
Close police department! You're inside, make something known now! Final warning!
Oh, sh**.
40-11. Check per. We got one female victim down. 10,000. Negative, we're looking. Go.
By the time police got there, 28-year-old Kelsey was already deceased. She'd been shot a total of 13 times, and it appeared that her killer had already fled the scene. Officers connected the dots and concluded that this must be the same man who almost got into the wrong car before taking off in the black Dodge Charger. While officers broke off from the group to apprehend the suspect, the rest stayed and began interviewing neighbors about what they might have seen or heard.
What's going on, man?
Hey, last 10 minutes, did you hear anything over here?
Yeah.
What did you hear?
First, there was a boom against the wall, like somebody was thrown up against the wall. And then I heard this dragging sound, and it went down the stairs, and I came and looked out. Her door was open.
Okay.
And I didn't see anybody, but there was no lights. But there was a Charger that I seen come over.
Yeah, and what happened with the Charger?
He was sitting up, first it was parked up underneath here.
Okay.
But down at the end down there. Because when he came to visit her, he usually parks it either here.
The black Charger visit this place? As far as you know? You think this black Charger visit?
Yeah, it was dark in color. I would say dark purple maybe. Because I've seen it twice. But he was parked over there. And then I heard something go down the stairs.
Like stomping, running?
Like dumping.
Like a metallic?
Yeah.
Dragging? Black Honda?
Yeah.
Loomis.
What?
This black Honda over here is her car.
Okay.
So do you know if it's a male or female that's in this apartment?
That lives here?
Yep.
It's a female.
Okay, do you know if she's dating anybody, married to anybody, anything?
I've seen her come in with a tall guy.
Tall.
Kind of thin, probably maybe 155, 60 pounds. And then there was a woman that had red hair.
Oh, that back window.
She had the woman that had red hair. She was an older woman. She was probably in maybe her 50s, 60s. And then the guy, she had a girl, a little child with her, a girl.
In the last 30 minutes or 40?
No, when I last seen him.
Can you describe the guy in the Charger to me, though? What does he look like?
He was tall.
Okay, so it seems that, the neighbors and them, they kind of knew this lady. They knew her around. They knew that she had a daughter, or she was around with a little person, if they don't even know that if that's her daughter. But I thought it was very informing for him to say that there was another lady with red hair. So I'm assuming that the lady that's in the red hair that he's possibly talking about could have been his mom, his sister, somebody who had connections between both of them. And from hearing what her mother-in-law was saying before about saying it couldn't be him, they were working things out. Yeah, they had a bumpy road, but they've been with each other for 10 plus years, and they were working it out for their children. It wouldn't be him. Like, she was in disbelief. I'm thinking that the person that had a red hair might have to be some type of family member to the guy in this situation. Brucey said overkill. He unloaded the weapon. Yes, he did. It was very personal, very, very personal. That is so savage and brutal. It is, because he did that at point gun range. And even after he was hit, he shot her, he continued to shoot her 12 times. He knew her. You don't empty a weapon for a stranger. Right, exactly. Especially if you're trying to hurry up and get away. It didn't seem like he necessarily wanted to hurry up and get away. The car, the vehicle, the getaway vehicle was parked in similar places that the neighbors have seen that vehicle be parked there before. So a lot of it does read personal. It does read that they need to look and find out where the father of her child is. Also to find out, was there someone sitting in the car waiting for him when this all happened? And since the police just secured and checked her apartment to make sure that the person's not in there, where is her daughter? Those are the questions that I'm asking now.
Tall? But how tall? Like 5'5" tall or 6'5" tall?
Talk about maybe 6'1", maybe.
How tall are you? About 6 foot?
I'm about 11.
About 10. Cool. So he's a little bit taller than you?
Taller than me.
So cool.
By about maybe 6-8 inches.
6-8 inches?
Yeah, he was kind of a tall guy.
Has she had any issues with anybody that you know of?
No.
So is it like one of these places that you always hear baby mama, baby daddy drama?
That was the only time I seen him.
Yeah,
it was when he came and picked up the child.
What time was that?
That day that he came.
So the whole other day?
The other day when he showed up.
So it wasn't today though?
Tonight?
No.
I didn't see him tonight.
Okay.
I didn't see anybody but her. And then I heard the noise.
Have you seen any shorter, a little bit chubby Hispanic males over here at all?
It could have been. Because I don't know who she knows.
While one witness described the suspect as 6 feet and skinny, another has described him as 5'5" and chubby. At this point, the officers could be looking for anyone, but still they have to move fast if they want any hope of catching the fleeing suspect. The only consistent descriptors are that the suspect is a Latino male and that he's wearing a white shirt, so officers hop in their cars to see if they can find anyone in the area matching that description.
I'm just going to be balling for this suspect. Please let all units know this is going to be a homicide with a weapon involved. If they find someone fitting this description, it's going to be 1042, he's going to be 1080. Excuse me. He's going to be 1080, 1048. Hey man, question. Did you see anybody in this area wearing like a white t-shirt walking around?
While they're canvassing the area, another group of officers is paying a visit to Kelsey's mother to deliver the terrible news and gather any information they can about the suspect, who they suspect to be the father of Kelsey's daughter, Adrian Chavez.
Hi, Miss Cash?
Yes.
Hi, my name's Rick Smith. I'm a detective with Clovis PD.
Okay.
Sergeant Bosky, this is our chaplain, Mr. Chapman.
Okay.
We've got some bad news about Kelsey. Okay, she's gone.
What?
Okay, we had a homicide over at the apartments across from Hotel Clovis.
What are you, my daughter?
Yes, ma'am.
My daughter?
Yes, ma'am.
How did she die?
It's a homicide. We don't know all the details. Just step back. Just step back.
Okay, baby.
Please just step back for just for a minute. Let me get this sorted out, okay?
My daughter
we had a shooting over at the hotel. She's gone at this point. I'm sorry, I don't know any additional details. Okay, take a deep breath. You want to sit down over here? Sit down right over here. Sit down right over here. Okay, all right.
Just make sure the dogs don't close that door.
Yeah.
It's closed.
Wait,
Yeah.
okay.
Just breathe a little bit, okay?
Rough on you to get sprung on you.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, baby, just no.
Stop
Give her a minute. Give her a minute. Give her a minute. Give her a minute.
You're leaving on the door.
I'm worried about you leaving that way and you're gonna fall.
No, I'm not.
Okay. Says we're here to make next of kin notification, but we also need to know. Do you have Cadence with you?
Yes, I do.
She's here.
She's here.
Can I see her?
She's
And
asleep.
I'm sorry. We just want to verify physically
asleep,
that she's here. Okay, perfect. Okay, let them know, sir.
There's a big dog right there.
Yeah, I know. Hi, buddy. Hi. Okay, it's okay. It's okay.
No.
It's all right. Okay, I'm good. Okay. We were concerned that she was missing. Okay. I don't know. That's a possibility because of the relationship, but I don't know. I don't know that either, man. We've got other agents working on it right now. Okay. I'm really sorry.
Sam 10, Adam 13.
She's good.
Did someone come in her house, or was it through the wall? Or
My understanding is it's at her apartment.
Oh.
Somebody went into her house.
Yes, ma'am.
Broke in her house?
I don't know any details. All I can tell you is what I know is that she's gone. It was at her apartment. That's where we're at. Now we're looking for a black Charger that was seen leaving the area.
That's Adrian.
Is that Adrian's?
Yeah, that's her ex-boyfriend.
That's so sad. I feel so bad for this family. I really do. I don't know if that's her dad, but we know that's her mom, and that could be the dad, the boyfriend or stepfather. But the way that they're even trying to hold on and keep themselves open to get the information after getting dropped a bomb like that is a lot. It's really, really a lot. I feel so bad for this family. It's good that the mother also have confirmed that is the ex-boyfriend vehicle, and that is the vehicle that the neighbors seen that were there. Is also the same vehicle that the lady has something similar where he thought that it was that was the vehicle that he needed to hop in. But the funny thing about it is, now I'm kind of concerned. I think there's two people that's involved. I don't think it was just only the boyfriend. I think that there was another person involved, because the lady who had some random person try to hop in her vehicle, and then he kind of stared at her and then closed the door and walked off. I don't think Adrian would make that type of mistake, that is not his vehicle. He has the keys to his vehicle, and he knows what type of vehicle he had. And that description of that person was a short Hispanic person, more on the chubby side. But the ex-boyfriend, according to the neighbors, is a tall, slim Hispanic man. So it's kind of making me believe that it was two people that was involved. Maybe the guy who was driving the car was the chubby guy, right? Or maybe Adrian was sitting in his Charger, and he probably sent the chubby guy to go, to unalive her. And then he tried to get into the car, made the mistake, got into the wrong car, and then went back and got into the correct car and got into the Charger. Either way, this is really, really, really horrible. And that poor baby lost, don't even know that her mother is gone. Don't even know that her mother's gone. And she's feeling comfortable and safe being with her grandmother and everything like that. And it's going to eventually be the time where they're going to have to tell her. And they have to deal with their own type of grieving in that process. It's very sickening. It's very, very sickening. William said, "Thank God the child wasn't there or taken." I agree. Thank God that she wasn't taken and the child was there So it seemed this is definitely premeditated because the child was in the protection of the grandmother. So whoever knew that she was coming home, which we all are believing that it's the boyfriend at the point, the ex-boyfriend at this point, they waited to make sure that the child wasn't there. So this wasn't a random attack at all. Bruce said, I appreciate y'all being respectful, means a lot on this channel. Yes, we do. We definitely appreciate all of you guys who are respectful when you come here. You can always disagree with me. I do not mind people disagree with me. I don't even mind critique. I don't mind that at all. But I don't tolerate disrespect, insults, and not only just to me, but also other people within my chat. Y'all will all be respected and protected here. I can't do that anywhere else but at my channel. Okay? But I truly appreciate you. Ricardo said that's horrible. I agree. So very sad. Poor mom. Yes. Poor mom. Let's go on.
Okay.
They've been having some issues?
No. They're just trying to get back together. I'm sorry. I'm letting her talk.
Yeah. So
Where did he come from?
he came running up the street just as we got.
How did you know?
Angela called me, babe.
Okay. Okay, but yeah, Adrian Jonas, that's...
He lives on Thornton Street. That's why I've been trying
2905?
Yeah.
Been trying to call right now. He's not answering. He left me.
His brother lives over here on Plain.
Which brother?
Joseph is Adrian's brother.
38 minutes ago.
He lives on Plains.
He said he was eating 38 minutes ago. He said
shut up.
We eating, and that's it.
So things were good. They're trying to get back together recently?
Well, no, she called me tonight, and they'd gotten into it because he was supposed to come over tonight, and they were supposed to take their daughter just to sign her up for softball, and he went and got drunk with his brother instead.
With Joseph?
Yeah. And then I guess they spent the weekend together. He went through her phone and found out that she had with other people since they had broke up.
Oh, well, then there y'all go.
All right.
That's.
And now my baby's gone.
I'm really sorry, Miss Cash. We'll take care of getting her transported to Albuquerque. They'll do the autopsy. They'll transport her back and release her to Steve Todd. We'll keep you informed on where she's at. Okay? Treat her with the most dignity we can. Because I know it's your baby girl. I'm sorry.
Thank you.
You need anything from Mr. Chapman? Can he help you with anything? God bless, Miss Cash. Thank you.
Thank you all.
Around 2 a.m., police managed to get in touch with Adrian by phone, but he made it clear that he had no intentions of turning himself in.
Well,
Hey, Adrian?
who's this?
Hey, this is Lieutenant Throne again.
Are you coming up here?
All right. Yeah, well, listen, Adrian, I'm going to lay it out to you real quick, okay? So...
Okay, do you have a warrant for me?
No, I don't have... Let me explain. Hey, no, hold on, hey.
Unfortunately for him, the police were able to pinpoint his address, which meant that if he wasn't going to come to them, they would be coming to him.
All right, move! Go!
After clearing the house, officers realized that Adrian had fled the home. But officers searching the streets soon recognized Adrian inside of a vehicle being driven by an older woman a few blocks away.
That older woman is that redhead girl. I think that's that Angela that they was talking about. So, I mean, she must have been a part of the getaway. Whew. William said, I'll say they were fighting over the baby, jealous rage over being with other people while separated from boyfriend. Yeah, I think that could have been a possibility. A lot in these type of situations, DVs that turn into homicide is a lot of all this stuff is about control, right? Some people think that they can control the other person in the relationship due to children being involved. It could be a jealousy factor of whoever might be moving on, because we see this on both sides, right? We can see this happening if this was a male victim instead of a female victim. But a lot of all of that has to do with control. These people are controlling by nature. They want everything to fit and mold into exactly the way how they want it to happen, even their relationship with you, right? Or how you perform in a relationship. And a lot of them cannot let go, even if they'll say, or they'll verbally say, hey, I don't want to be with this person or whatever not. They still think that they can still dictate the way how they used to dictate in a relationship. And this is what happens when they don't get control of themselves, that they're not in control of the situation anymore. The situation is, this person has moved on, the relationship is over. Focus on what you need to focus on, and that is the life that was brung within that relationship. When you don't do your proper healing and you think that just moving on to the next thing or whatever not, this is how it can spiral out of control, and you make foolish decisions like that. Ricardo said, interesting. First thing he asked if they had a warrant. Yeah, he could have asked that because not necessarily just because of what he committed. It could also have been if he had any run-in with police before, he could believe that they might be calling and question him on something else. So he asked if, is there any warrant? So he was saying, well, I don't have to speak to you. We all know that was a tactic anyway that the police was using so they could pinpoint his location. He's using his cell phone. They're already tracking it and pinging it off whatever cellulite that's around the area. That's what that was all about. So glad that they was able to catch them. He almost did get away since he fled the house by the time SWAT got there. But let's see what else happens.
I drove my car. Get in the car now. Back away. Get him.
On your feet, boss. Yes. Good? Yes. All right, man. Come back over there. Cut.
Clear.
Okay. I'm okay to go.
Copy. All entrance was coming from a
I'm okay to go.
door.
Yep.
Behind that window. Awesome.
Huh? That's my baby.
What's your brother's name?
Adrian's my brother.
Adrian's your
Yeah,
brother?
I got a call and I went to pick him up. We were headed to the police department right now. I was dropping off my daughter to stay with my kids. That's my mom in the car. I'm not. I don't know what's going on. I've just woken up, sir.
All right.
Can
you do me a favor and pull your hands out of your pockets, please?
Can you?
What's going on?
Can you explain to us? I don't know. She bought my daughter. I don't know. This is from her or something. That's all I know.
Okay. Well, we need to talk to Adrian, and he's been involved in some stuff tonight, and so we need to get him down and talk to him. Huh? I'm at liberty to discuss that with you. Okay?
My niece and my sister-in-law.
Huh?
My niece and my sister.
So the simple fact that she even asked if Kelsey was okay, and Kelsey is the victim. This is his sister. This is Adrian's sister. The simple fact that she's asking if Kelsey is okay and if her niece is okay, that means to me, ma'am, you knew a whole lot more than what you're letting on right now to the police that you don't know what's going on. Why would the first thing you would say is if Kelsey's okay? It's your brother that's being arrested. And the first thing you say is Kelsey okay? That means that you know that your brother has a violent past towards Kelsey. That was the first thing that came to mind. And then at the middle of the night, all of a sudden, at the middle of the night, randomly, your brother's asking you to drive him somewhere or whatever not, and you have to go find someone to watch your kids so you can help your brother. Like, ma'am, I understand about helping family and all the stuff like that, but you know, it's a little alarming to me. Like, you kind of knew what was going on. You was kind of like aiding and abetting, you know. And then you said that your mom was in the car too, so she was down with it. She was down with it too. Y'all was trying to get him out of town. Y'all about to send him to another family member, somewhere far away. Y'all was trying to hook that up for him. He called on you, to say, "Family, I need help," and y'all was there to help him and try to get him out of this. You might not have known every little detail, but something in your mind, in your subconscious, told you to ask whether or not if your sister-in-law, aka the mother of your niece, was okay. Yeah, let's see. William said, I think she pulled the trigger on Kelsey. That could be a possibility. That could definitely be a possibility. Let's go on.
So,
you choose it. Bon.
Please. No.
There was 3 of them.
There's 3 of them?
Yeah.
What did I do?
Who was all in the vehicle?
Me and my daughter, and then my mom got in because she was going to go with me to take him to the police department. You want to go with me? No, honey. I'm fine. I just need my charger. Can I take a charger or something? I'm sorry. I was dead asleep. I don't know. I just went over there to quick him up. He was going to go with him. Oh, that one. I'll pause. I'll be back.
Officer Riddle and then the other 2 females. Was it your mom and your daughter? We're going to have them come down to you.
Another thing is, how do you not know what's going on, but you're taking him to the police department? What are you taking him to the police for if you have no idea what's going on? Did he tell you that he did something really bad? And did y'all convince him that he needs to turn himself in? That's why y'all sent him that I was on your way to the police department? But you can't sit up here and say that you don't know nothing that's going on, or that you don't know that he did something that you think that he needs to go down to the police department and turn himself in. Like, it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense at all. Bruce says, I agree. They know more than they're telling. They do. They do. Laura says, sure do. Yes, they do. I believe his mom was going to take him somewhere else. I think so too. Like, they're saying that they were going to the police department, but then you're saying that you don't even have no idea or clue what have happened or anything. But the whole family gets up in the middle of the night and they're all hopping in the car to go take this guy to the police department. Why? Let's go on.
Well, she had just gotten in when you guys pulled up. My mom did, right when you pulled up.
Okay, so we just need your daughter
to do it. You have to go with me. Can you guys stay with the girl? Can they take my kids to their house?
Yeah, we just need you and your daughter.
Okay.
Y'all were in the vehicle.
Adrian and his relatives were transported to the police station and each placed in separate interrogation rooms. Adrian would surely be going to jail for evading police at the very least, but now it was the detective's job to determine if any of his family members would be going with him for aiding and abetting.
You just have secret cherry rock. Those cuffs not too tight on your ear?
Yep, they got a little bit on the front, really. Not right now, bro. Okay, just a little looser, please.
Yeah, absolutely.
Adrian? Hello, can I have a Buy the water, please. Do some water. There we go. Do the people. Tell me what I get arrested for?
Yeah. So, you are being arrested for count of open murder and for aggravated burglary.
Her? Yes, sir. That's why you had buzz on.
What's that?
That's why you already buzzed on?
Yep. One you talked to on the phone earlier. Just trying to talk to you and
They told me.
they hung up on me.
I thought they were joking.
No, I wasn't joking.
I really did. I thought y'all were joking.
No.
He called me in the middle of my sleep.
No, I wasn't joking.
I see that now.
So, what we do, we've got a search warrant, and I'm going to get your fingerprints. Okay? I'm going to take some DNA swabs from inside your mouth, and we'll probably take your pants and your shoes. Those weren't the shoes you were wearing, though, earlier today, are they?
The ones that we wear. My hands.
So y'all should know the reason why they need all that information, right? They need the swab and all that stuff for DNA. They're gonna look at his hands and stuff like that because remember, according to the black neighbor, there was a fight and a scruffle before he heard a big boom. So that she could have some DNA under her nails, and they want to make sure it match, or if it's anybody else, they're gonna do the same for the rest of the family members as well. They're taking his clothes because they have to look for the gun residue. If he didn't shoot a weapon within 24 hours, he shouldn't have no gun residue on him, right? On his clothes, on his shoes. This is why they're also asking him whether or not these are the same shoes as you've been wearing all day. So we all know why they're doing all that. It's funny how he's acting or trying to act as calm as he doesn't even know why he's being brung down here. He tried to act like he's alarmed that they're talking about open murder. He thought that it was a joke when they initially called him before, saying that they woke him out of his sleep. He didn't sound like he was woken out of his sleep. In fact, he got a little disrespectful on the phone. You know, he was like, "Oh, do you have a warrant for me?" "Oh, but I don't need to speak to you." And he kind of hung up. He's now saying that he thought that was all a joke. Why would the police be joking, calling your phone late at night to speak with you? That doesn't make any sense. And who do you know that would make a joke like that? Gunshot residue on your hands, right? I mean, you know, people do wash them, but the best bet is to find the gun residue on his clothes. Microscopic blood splatter on his shoes and laces. Yes, definitely inside the laces because they have technology to do that. And if you shot her 13 times, that means you definitely have her DNA on you, or definitely seated in her clothes, in your clothes, actually. Now, Mr. Booker said, "How dare they call me after I commit a crime?" The F? I know, right? The audacity of this man. Happy Saturday to you, sir.
Do always get sweaty though, so you might have to wipe them off. Oh no, it's good. You'll be fine. You'll be fine.
But we're gonna take your sandals too. Okay? We'll let you keep your tough. Yeah.
Right,
Yes, can I please get some water? I'll get you some water.
They're gonna get him on that anyway.
You didn't know. I called you back a few times.
Oh, I wasn't in my office, Brenda. I apologize. Relax, man. Go ahead and stand up right here for me. Okay. Is this fine?
Yes, it was.
Adrian was photographed, swabbed, and transported to the Curry County Jail to be processed and booked. After all of that was done, detectives were brought in to speak to Adrian family members who'd picked him up hours earlier after he'd called and asked for a ride.
About repeating everything that's gone on this morning. Like I said, there's a active investigation going on in regards to an incident that took place.
I have no reason to believe that you were involved in it, but I
Right.
believe that you do have some knowledge. I believe that somebody told you something,
Uh,
and you know exactly what happened.
I don't know exactly what happened. I went to sleep at home, and my aunt had calls me, and it woke my son up. I'm mad and it wasn't up, and she begged me to call her, and so I called her back, and she says that, and I don't know who told her that somebody told her that, um, that you shot, killed him, everything with a season, and I was looking up my Facebook at for the Timmy's report because she thinks it's so sick. And I have a few friends that live in that area. I text them to see another account. I don't want to wake up my mom yet unless I know what's going on, because I don't know what's going on. I can't wake somebody up with that kind of information. He don't know what's going on.
That's shocking.
And they didn't know. They go around and people I don't know. And so they regarded protecting these people, and she's trying to see if anybody had heard from me, and they talked to Brandon.
So do.
Adrian.
How do you know Adrian?
That's my uncle.
Oh, Adrian's your uncle?
Yeah.
So like I said, you know why you're brought here today?
No, I do, but I don't.
Okay.
I was asleep.
What all do you know?
Do you want me to just, like, from the get-go what I have?
Yeah.
I was asleep. My daughter woke me up, and she was trying, and she saw.
So it gotta be the sister. That other woman that it was talking about, it has to be the sister. She has red hair. I mean, it's faded out, but her hair is red. And then now it's her daughter. Is her daughter heard from somebody else that that happened, and she did some investigating on Facebook to see if it was true, and that's before she called and notified her mom. But the whole point of the fact is that the whole entire family, y'all was in on this, man. Y'all was literally trying to get him out of town. Get him out of town. Like even from like the daughter situation. Like, you know, like if someone is calling and saying, yo, I think your other niece, your niece or your cousin, her mom is unalive, and you know, I live right around the block and stuff like that, and you know that, you know, that your uncle, I think, yeah, that's her uncle. You know that your uncle, you know what I'm saying, he was having problems and dealings with her, and then now all of a sudden she's gone, but then you're getting calls and phone calls about, hey, you know, I need your help and I need you to hurry up and I need a ride. Like, y'all know he has a vehicle. Why would he need a ride? Y'all never asked him that question? Where's your car? Why you can't take your car? Why did you leave your car at somebody's house? Where do you need a ride to? What's going on? And then literally you had everybody in the car. You got Mama Dukes in the car. You got the sister in the car. You got your brother. The brother's in the car. The brother kind of fits the description of the other guy that it was talking about, a chubbier guy, shorter. The niece is involved? Come on now. Ricardo said, oh my God, the sister is overreacting. Looks so fake. She is. She definitely is. Sweetheart says she was straight lying. She is. She definitely is. Yeah, let's go on.
Are you awake? She wanted me to be fully awake, and she said, Kelsey's been hurt. And I said, what? And she said, Uncle Adrian called me, and he freaking out, and he said, Kelsey's been hurt. And it's like, so he wanted me to go over there. So I got dressed, and then I went over there, and he said he was asleep, and he got a call, and a detective got on there and said Kelsey was hurt, but some guy, James, which I think is Kelsey's mom's boyfriend, said she was dead, and that he was being charged for it. And he was sitting there when I got there, he's praying, and he was like, oh, that's my baby. I don't know what's going on. And he asked me to bring him down here. So he was getting dressed, and then we left his house, and we went to my house, which I'm like 7 houses down from him. We live on the same block on the same side of the road. And we pulled up, but somebody else is getting pulled over that had been in front of me. And I got out of the car, and my daughter got out of the car. And my brother was there to drop off my mom because my mom was going to go with us, or come down here with us. And that's all I know. And the lady told me that Kelsey dead. But I don't know. My niece is okay. That's all I know.
So Adrian was at
No, he was in the car because I was dropping off my daughter at my house. When those people got arrested or were getting pulled over, there was a bunch of cars, and I had pulled into my house. Were you there? You weren't there. Okay. I was pulling up on the grass to drop off my daughter.
And this is at your house?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because he lives. Okay, his house here, and mine's like 7 houses down on the same block.
Okay.
So we drove to my house, and he was in the front seat, and my daughter's in back. She got out of the car to go inside to stay with I had 2 younger girls to stay with them, and my mom was my mom was waiting there for me to come with me to bring him to the detective because he said he had to clear his name. He had to find out what was going on.
Okay.
That's all I know.
About what time was all this?
This all happened. I mean, in a matter of I don't know. I was asleep. I mean, our daughter has I don't know. I don't have no phone records with my brother on there. Okay. I was asleep.
What time do you think it was?
I honestly don't know. I don't even know what time it is right now unless I look at my phone.
Okay. Right now it's 8:27 in the morning.
Yeah, we were in Vaughn all day. I was visiting my grandma in Vaughn all day. I came home and I went to sleep. I probably was asleep by 9 o'clock, so I really don't know.
Okay. You were asleep by 9?
I was personally asleep by 9. My kids went to the grocery store. I woke up for a minute and I went back to sleep when they got home.
Okay, so you were asleep at 9.
My daughter woke me up.
Your daughter left. You said your daughter was crying, waking you up, saying something had happened to Kelsey.
She said, "Are you awake? Are you awake?" Yeah, she thought something happened to Kelsey.
All right, so during that time, where was Adrian at?
He was at his house.
So this happened at your house, and then
yeah, he called her. He called her, and she said, "Uncle Adrian called me." Yeah. And so I went over there as soon as she woke me up. I mean, I don't know how long it took me to get dressed. I don't know. She made sure I was awake, and I don't know.
Was Adrian by himself? Or there's other people?
No, he was home by himself.
And how was his expression to her?
He was freaking out. He's crying. He said, my baby, what's going on? He said that all he told me to do was sleep and that he got a call.
So I just like to take notes.
No, you're fine. I don't know. He was on his knees praying. He was like, I don't know. And he said, my daughter, my baby.
And what do you say he just got a call that well?
That he said he got a call from James. And a detective.
Brucey said she was asleep, but she knew where Adrian was. Well, so apparently, oh, hey, bro, how you doing? Shout out to Freezy. Moz, can you do me a favor and drop Freezy's channel in the chat? And if you could, can you please drop Sharon's channel in the chat, The Wildest Wake Up Show? I would truly, truly appreciate it. Shout out to you, sir. He says, hey, sis, great show. Shout out to the entire chat. Thank you, sir. Don't worry, I will be done and off for our little panel show at 9:30. So please, if anybody want to go see something outside of law, criminology, psychology, you can come over there. I'll be over there around 9:30. Appreciate you, bro. Appreciate you. Oh, let me turn on my camera real quick. Look, bro. Look. It came. Yes. We got to work on getting you this now. Freezy. That's my next priority right here. Get you one of these. You and Sharon. But shout out to you. Let's go on.
I got on the phone and said Kelsey was hurt. And that's all he said. And he asked me to bring him down here because they're blaming him. And at that time, that's all he said. And he was getting dressed, but he kept crying. But so he got dressed and then we came. We were going to come over here, but I was dropping my daughter off. In the meantime, I called my brother and I asked him to take my mom to the house so she could come with me because I didn't know what was going on.
Okay. Did y'all ever get to like an argument or anything like that, or you and Adrian or
No.
anybody? What about you and Unique?
No.
No. Was there any yelling or anything like that?
No.
Okay.
No yelling at all. No, I just woke up. I mean, I was crying and I was all, what's going on? But no.
Okay.
No.
Do you know about what time you went to your thoughts?
I swear, I don't
Oh, it's
know.
okay, Brucey.
She
I'll
woke
get it,
me
and
up.
I'll
I never
talk
looked at my
about that.
phone. I didn't even have my phone at the time. I grabbed it whenever I was coming over here.
Okay.
I
1
mean,
year.
like I said,
Ricardo, it took me
or
1
you know
year.
what? I might have had my
I
phone
had
with
this show
me.
for 1 year.
I don't remember. It was just all, I'm in a blur right now.
All right, so I'm just gonna go over one more time. So you were asleep, in your bed. Your daughter came up to you saying she.
I was on my recliner.
Your recliner.
In my room.
Okay. Your daughter received a call from Adrian.
Oh
Adrian
no,
said
then we're
that
gonna have
something
to work
happened to
on that,
Kelsey,
Ricardo. We're
and
gonna have to
then
work on that.
y'all proceeded to go
You
over
gotta
there. He was
contact my
in the living.
business
Where was he
email.
at?
I don't know where
On
he
my
opened the door.
He opened the
channel.
door.
Yeah, it was.
We'll work
I
on that.
didn't
Get
try to
you,
open his door. I
get
think
some
he
more
opened the door.
And what did you say? You
subscribers soon.
just.
He was crying. He was crying, and he just hugged me. He was crying, and then I was all, "What's going on?" He said, "I need you to take me to the police station." I want to say the police station. He said, "I don't know what's going on." A detective said Kelsey was hurt, and then James is telling me she's dead. He's on my baby.
So James called Adrian.
I'm a sucker.
You know who James is?
He's Katrina, which is Kelsey's mom's boyfriend.
James, so Kelsey's mom's boyfriend?
Yeah, Katrina's boyfriend. I don't have none of their phone numbers or anything like that. I mean, Kelsey and I were.
So, okay. What's Kelsey and Adrian's relationship?
They have a child together. They were living together. They separated, but they had been working on things. We just had a family dinner at my house Saturday night. It was good. They both love each other. They both were sitting there telling me they loved each other. They had to work through their own differences, and that's all I know.
Do you know if they were working out by any chance? Like,
they both were trying to figure themselves out.
Thank you so much, bro. I appreciate you.
They went from living with, like, Adrian used to live with me, she lived at home, and they moved in together right away. They had a kid, they never had a chance to be, they wanted their individuality. That's what they both told me on Saturday. I don't know, I don't get involved in it.
okay. Do you know why they separated or were having?
I'm glad that the detectives keep on asking her this question. For this woman to say that she doesn't know, she sure do know a lot. She knows a lot about these two individuals' relationship, what they were going through, how they was working it out. She knows more than what she's letting on. But she keeps on saying, I don't know. But she's given so much detail about how much you knew about why they were separated, when they separated, and all this stuff like that. So it's giving me the impression that she was well involved into what was going on with them, whether or not if it's because she was looking out for her brother or she was more concerned about the daughter. She's well into this. She's definitely well into this. And shout out to Ricardo again with the $5 saying congrats on reaching 100,000 subscribers. Thank you. I appreciate it. I appreciate you, sir. The funny thing is, the new goal was to reach at least 150,000 by December, and we are already at 110,000 subscribers after me hitting 100 subscribers. So we are well on our way, but I definitely appreciate you, sir. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yes, bro, I have your channel. I was meeting the other channel she mentioned, but MJ put it. Yes. Yes, thank you so much, bro. I truly appreciate you. All kind of support is always appreciated, whether it's financially or just you enjoying the content. Truly appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Let's go on. Let's hear how he's keep on questioning her and how she keeps on giving more information about her involvement into what was going on with Kelsey. And I do feel that this is quite concerning because she knew the falling out prior to this. And then what Brucey in the chat stated was very kind of clear. How do you know that he was home? You said that you were asleep. You said you woke up and you were asleep. You said that your kids went to the grocery store and they came back, and then your daughter woke you up. But you knew out of all of this that he was home. Okay. And then that you drove him there.
Part I don't know. Like,
Do you know Adrian didn't have anything wrong with him? Like if he
when?
No, do you know anything to be wrong with him if you're about to...
Oh, he has seizures.
He has seizures?
Yeah.
That's all he suffers from is the seizures, or what? Do you know why he suffers from seizures?
We did named him
Around
epileptic.
not really
Yeah, I don't know. He's had him. My daughter
Everything is,
found
I
him with
don't
the first
know, I
time
don't
with the
know,
seizure on Easter. Then
says.
see when we were 21, so about 5 years ago. And he caught him since then. That's the only thing I got that they've told me.
When's the last time you seen Adrian crying, saying something happened to Kelsey, that Adrian called her saying James called him?
No, he just said that he got a call. I don't even know what she told me. I just know that her agent had called her. Wait, hold on, let me think. Can you do anything?
Yep.
Yes, she said, I'm sorry, that she got a call. She was making sure that I was awake because she knew it was important that I was awake. And I said, yeah. And she said, Kelsey's hurt. And I asked her, where's Adrian? Is he okay? And she thought, he's the one that called me. He said, James called him that she's hurt. And that's all I remember is being hurt. That's all I remember. Okay. And so he wanted me to come over here right away because they were trying to blame him or something like that. I don't know the exact words.
Were y'all fighting to come over here, or what?
Yeah, no, I was literally dropping off my daughter to stay with my girls because I have a 16-year-old and I have an 11-year-old at home. I was dropping her off, and my mom was about to get in the car, and we were turning around, but they had pulled someone else over right there, and so we were waiting. And I was out of the car, and a police officer came up to me and asked me who was in the car, and I told him. I said, we're heading to the police department. I have my brother with me.
What happened last night concerning your brother, Adrian? Do you know anything about what happened last night, Adrian?
So off the bat, before even starting the interrogation with the brother is given full-on defensive stance. He has his arms crossed. He's not saying nothing. He's not doing anything that is going to implement himself or also implicate his brother more into having involvement with Kelsey's death. It's funny because I was studying his mannerism from when they pulled him over to get Adrian out of the car, and he was there, and when she was telling them with their hands up, they told him to get his hands out of his pocket, and when they told him to get his hands out of his pocket, the first thing he did was do a defensive stance there. So off the bat, you can already tell that he is not going to be forthcoming in this interrogation. Is going to be somewhat pulling teeth. And I will also kind of be concerned whether or not if he actually does fit the description of the said other individual that made the mistake and got into the wrong person's vehicle. But let's go on. Oh, Brucey said interrogation techniques is where MJ rocks. Shine on, Diamond. Oh, thank you, Brucey. I appreciate you. Let's go on.
After work, we went and got some beers at Kelly's. I had dropped them off. And then I found out about it through just like social media and stuff. And that my wife kept on trying to wake me up, but I mean, I had an Ambien. I was crashed out. I suffered from insomnia, so I wasn't really comprehending that then until today.
All right. But how many beers do you guys have? Like, is there? I mean.
Wait a minute. Okay, hold on. I think he just ratted on himself. I'm not too sure, but I think he ratted on himself. It depends on what is the actual timeline of when him and his brother went to go get beers. So he said that him and his brother went to go get beers, and he said that he dropped them off. Now, did you drop him off because he was more inebriated than you were and he couldn't drive? Did you drop him off in his vehicle, or did you drop him off in your vehicle? And did this take place prior to Kelsey, or did this take place after the situation? And then again, If you suffer from insomnia and you take medication for it, why would you be drinking beers earlier after taking those type of medications that would affect your liver or kidney failure? Inquiring minds want to know, were you there, big brother? Was you there? Did you help him, big brother? Did you drive the vehicle, big brother? Inquiring minds wants to know. Lies, hesitation, thinking about what to say to be elusive. Yes. But the math ain't mathing.
Did he,
3, 4, 5, not that much. I mean,
drunk, doing?
He was buzzed.
Was he upset about anything?
No. I feel like this is just so confusing, dude. I'm still on the days, like.
Alright, so there was that killer's shooting the shit, talking about work.
Yeah.
Work went pretty well that day.
Yeah, work went good. Got off a little early.
Well, what time did you drop him off at the house?
So, maybe like 5.
No, 5?
Mm-hmm.
What time did you guys get off?
We got off of the Leopard House around 3. 2:30, 3-ish.
And I went straight to Kelly's?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Find out about what was what alleged. What was the list of that?
Well, my wife was trying to wake me up, and she said that she heard that there was some shootings over there where Kelsey lives, on Main Street.
Do you know what time that was?
I don't. I was so out of it. That's come I couldn't come with the officers last night. I just. And then the next thing I told my wife, we better drive by his house to see what's going on. So we drove out, and right when I was pulling out planes, I see 2 cops right there. And then I saw cops every block pretty much, and I told them, let's just go to my sister's house because she lives a couple houses down. And then that's when you guys pulled him over. And
so I want you guys to think about the timeline. He said that around 3 o'clock, 3:30, him and Adrian went to go get some drinks. This is what he said. He said that he dropped him back home at 5 o'clock. The sister said that she was woken up by the daughter at 9 p.m., right? I don't believe his storyline of when they got drinks or when he went to go bring him back home, because the daughter got a phone call, I think maybe around 7 or 8 o'clock, because remember the mom said, or the sister, she said that she woke up at one point, went back to sleep, and then her daughter woke her up and told her the news around 9 o'clock. That means she was sitting on that information, and there was already the news and everything being spread around about Kelsey's death between 7 and 8 o'clock before, quote unquote, the mom woke up. My guess is that they committed, and I do believe that maybe that the brother's involved. I think he was the getaway driver who made the mistake, or the lookout. He was out there outside looking out while Adrian did whatever he did. And then he made the mistake and got in the wrong car. And then he hopped into the Charger with Adrian. Because it just doesn't make any sense to me that you would go drinking from 2 to 3:30 or whatever not for happy hour because he was down and depressed and everything of that sort, right? And that you would drop him off at 5 o'clock, and then now all of a sudden you want to take your insomnia pills after having alcohol, and you already said that between both of y'all had about like 5 beers, 5 glasses of beers. So I'm not buying it. I'm not buying it at all. Laura said, funny, they all say they were asleep. Everybody was asleep. You notice that? Everybody is asleep. Do y'all not work? No. I'm joking. No, I mean, but seriously, why is everybody asleep? That's just weird to me. Bruce said most places stop selling beer at 2. Yeah, but not even at like, because I'm thinking that this happened towards the afternoon. This happened towards after. I don't think that it was 2:00 in the morning. I think that he's talking about 2:30, 3:30 p.m. So I'm thinking happy hour. They went out after happy hour. And then after that, he said that he got him home around 5. But a lot of it is not adding up. Is a big piece that's missing. What happened between 5 and I'll say 5 and 8? What happened between 5 and 8? Those 3 hours right there. What happened before y'all got the call? And then even it still confirms that y'all all got the call. Y'all all got the message that something happened to Kelsey, and yet y'all went looking for Adrian, or Adrian contacted y'all and confirmed that something happened to Kelsey, and that y'all all drove over to his house and y'all convinced him to go down to the police department to quote unquote so-called clear his name. But I find that funny too, because y'all was informed something happened to Kelsey when James is the guy that was standing right next to Kelsey's mother when they gave them the news of Kelsey being gone. James was the one who had called you guys to inform you that something happened to Kelsey. No.
Oh, so you were outside when we pulled that car over?
Yeah.
And you were going to go check on him?
Yeah.
Go check on him. Why did you put me to go check on Andrew?
Because I wanted to make sure everything was alright.
And you already heard what was going on?
I kind of heard a little bit what was going on through like social media and stuff. But, I mean, I didn't believe it. You know what I mean?
I understand. How would you describe Kelsey and Adrian's relationship?
You know, they had their ups and downs. And she did move out, and that's why she got her apartment. But I thought they were working things out, because like the last few days they were together.
You just couldn't understand them?
No, and like I said, I was out of it.
You had already kind of heard what was going on, and it sounded like you was worried.
I didn't hear what was going on at that time.
Okay, no problem.
What time I heard it was going on was already like 10, 15 minutes before we took off. And that's when I said, you know, we got to go check and make sure. And that's when I heard about it.
Okay. So
I didn't think nothing of it.
That's wild. Why couldn't you understand him when he called? Was he yelling? Was he crying? Was he...
No, you could tell he's kind of intoxicated.
Okay, he was just drunk.
Yeah.
Like slurred speech and everything.
And then, like I said, I was out of bed.
Got this to make sure that I got everything correct as far as your account of what happened. You and Adrian got off work early around 3 o'clock in Portales. Come from Portales, you go to Kelly's. You got your couple of beers. He wasn't really upset or anything. Seemed normal in his demeanor. You dropped him off around 5 p.m. at his house.
Mm-hmm.
And then...
Like all those times to fluctuate. It might have been 5:20, 5:30.
So go like exact, just the approximation you could... A chronological order of events. Drop him off at his house, and you go to your home, and then you and your wife go to your wife's cousin's house.
Mm-hmm.
And then you go back to your house around 8:30ish. You take an Ambien.
And that's when. So I left my phone at her house, and that's when I was trying to call her, and I had a missed call from him at that time when I was at her house.
Right. That's when you took the Ambien, realized, all right, my phone.
Right.
And you went back to her house.
Exactly, Brucey.
And that's when you start hearing about, I hate this computer, start hearing about what could have happened, and you get that call from him, you worry about him.
I hear about what happened around 2 or 1 something.
Okay. Well, you got that call and that worried you.
Yeah, that did worry me, but like I didn't think not to do it, so I went back to sleep. My wife's the one that woke me up and was telling me everything that was going on.
Okay. But you didn't see him after Kelly's last night?
No.
You know what I mean?
I wish I would have, though.
Can we do some let's know?
Yeah, Laura.
Yeah, man, I was number one when I had a beer. I don't know, bro. I think about my niece, bro. Heaven loved it.
After confirming that Adrian's family members were not involved in what happened to Kelsey, detectives moved on to proving Adrian's involvement in her murder. A look at Adrian's criminal record showed that he had prior arrests for domestic violence and distribution of marijuana. Detectives were also able to secure surveillance footage that showed Adrian arriving at Kelsey's apartment complex in the black Dodge Charger. This footage places him at the scene of the crime around the time that Kelsey was murdered. When detectives later searched his home, they discovered several incriminating pieces of evidence, including an empty 9mm gun case, 9mm ammunition identical to the casings found at the scene, Jordan tennis shoes matching a footprint found on Kelsey's apartment door, and the white hoodie he was reportedly wearing, as well as bleached dark pants and socks found in the washing machine. Lastly was a search of Adrian's phone, which revealed that he'd called Kelsey multiple times before she died, and was the last person to speak to her over the phone. From what detectives could piece together, Adrian arrived at Kelsey's apartment around 9 p.m. and forced his way into her apartment by kicking the door open. Kelsey confronted him, and they fought over her phone, which allegedly contained evidence that she was romantically involved with other men. The fight ultimately led to Adrian shooting her 13 times. Thankfully, their daughter Cadence was spending the night at her grandmother's house when her mother was killed. In March of 2025, a court found Adrian guilty of second-degree murder, aggravated burglary, and tampering with evidence. 3 months later, he was sentenced to 30 years in prison. He is required to serve at least 85% of his sentence, which means he'll be eligible for parole after 26 years.
That case was crazy. It was literally horrible. I'm sorry. I think that if anything, his family members, they kind of knew what was going on. They tried to, get him out of Dodge. They just got caught in the mix. I guess they let him go because they was able to find all that damaging evidence to pin Adrian, and that's who they really wanted, the person who actually pulled the trigger, right? It's horrible that this woman lost her life. And I think Brucey and a couple other people hit it on the nail about his motive about doing it. He didn't want to let the relationship go. He thought that he could still control her, even though they were not together. Then when he found out that she was actually moving on and dating other individuals, but that's the thing. That's why I said that, maybe they might not have known that their brother Adrian was going to stoop that low and do that to Kelsey. But the reason why you took your brother out to go to happy hours and have drinks is because he was not himself. Is because he was down and out. There were so many signs that you saw that he wasn't doing well or dealing well with the official breakup or whatever was going on with Kelsey. And that's why you took him to be like, hey, everything's going to be all right and everything, like just focus on your daughter and stuff like that. But it's sad because so many people's lives is affected by this. The little girl lost her mom. Now she lost her dad because her dad has to do so many years in prison. Now I'm glad that you have such a close-knit family the way that you do to be there for her, because she's going to need it now. She's going to need it more than ever for them the pickup where her parents cannot do for her anymore. And I think it's just horrible. Listen, I use this as a PSA. If someone shows you the first time that they don't want to be with you, let that shit go. Don't beg. Don't nothing. If you are in a situation where you're with someone who is violent, toxic, abusive, doesn't matter if it's only physical. It doesn't matter if it's verbal abuse, emotional abuse, or physical abuse. Once you have those signs, you're going to have to make the decision to know how to walk away. And this is not only just for women. I'm also stating this for men as well, right? I will state this on both people. Please walk away. Do not destroy your life on things that supposedly supposed to end. If it's not moving the way that it's supposed to go, maybe that is for a really good reason, and you should take that into consideration. Do not throw your life away, all right? Derek said, thank you. Happy Saturday to you, MJ. Thank you. Brucey said, did you say you have a panel show tonight? I do. At 9:30, I will be over at Freezy's for a panel show. Another sad reason why one like me advocates against the sanctity of marriage, Derek. Terry, I hear you. Ricardo, so I gotta go. Have a good one. Thank you for your stream, and chat. Have a great night. Bye, Ricardo. It was good seeing you. Enjoy the rest of your Saturday. Thank you so much for your financial support and just your presence of support and in the chat today. Truly appreciate you. Well, folks, those are all the cases that I have for you tonight. I hope that you really enjoyed them. I'm going to try my best to bring a little bit more thorough and detailed type of cases here so we can dissect them a little bit more and also actually look at some real body camera footage as well with it. So I hope you really enjoy these cases. I enjoy them myself. I will try to be back as soon as possible. I won't be able to come back tomorrow because I do have to go to work, but I think I should be able to come back on Tuesday and Wednesday. Hopefully, fingers crossed. If not, if you don't see me on Tuesday and Wednesday, you would definitely see me again on that following Saturday. But I really do appreciate you. Thank you so much to all of y'all. Like I said, it's Saturday, and even y'all just rocking out with me this long has been truly appreciated. Y'all, the cat's meow. Thank y'all so much. Thank y'all, my community. And let's just keep on growing, moving, learning, and growing. And I wish y'all safety, bless, and prosperity to you and your family, all your families, okay? And I will see you guys on the next one. Talk to you later, everyone. Bye-bye.